Sofia Tech Park for the third edition of Supersonic. Supersonic is the top event for technology transfer in Bulgaria, organized by Sofia Tech Park. And as it is the third, it is the beginning of many third releases of the Supersonic. Today, we have a really great lineup. We start with the session on the technology transfer challenges for the scientific organizations, universities, centers for excellences, centers for competencies, and all the institutions which are directly involved with the tech transfer. And in the first session, we have three top speakers, but before that, I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Damjanova, Milena Damjanova, from the Ministry of Education and Science, to greet all of you and all of us with this fantastic event.
Thank you very much. Dear organizers of today's forum, dear participants and guests, thank you for the invitation to the Ministry of Education and Science and for acknowledging the importance of working together and sharing experience of the topic of technology and knowledge transfer. Driven by the understanding that the education, science and technology are the most powerful tools we have to tackle 21st century challenges, we will continue to make focused and coordinated efforts to increase investments in quality education, aiming to provide a highly skilled workforce that meet labor market needs and to support and advance national scientific capacity in fundamental and applied research. Innovation ecosystems are only as strong as the people who make them up. As we understand that human capital is the foundation of a successful innovation ecosystem, we are investing heavily in education and skills development, ensuring that our workforce is prepared for the demands of the modern economy. Bulgaria has significantly increased its investments in R&D in recent years, with a particular focus on increasing the level of interactions between the academia and business. Bulgaria's national roadmap of research infrastructure is the key instrument for building up and supporting state-of-the-art research facilities to conduct high-level international research, bringing together resources, expertise and services essential for creating, transferring and preserving new knowledge from scientific and technological advancements. Our research organizations and universities and their teams have the potential both in terms of expertise and equipment to cooperate with the business and the industry, as well as to establish networks and partnerships that will produce marketable solutions and products. The new law for research and innovation introduces the legal framework for sustainable planning of national instruments and measures to support excellent science and applied research for the benefits of economy. Its main goal is to regulate the principles, mechanisms and instruments for the formation and implementation of the state policy for promoting research and innovation, as well as the public relations connected with the implementation of the R&I activities. To implement a whole-of-government approach to sustainable funding, a series of measures will support multi-year strategic R&I programs based on performance assessments with a permanent coordinators group across ministries and a Science and Innovation Council led by the Ministers for Research and Innovation and Education and Science. This is going to coordinate better the sectoral policies and instruments for promoting research and innovation on the basis of regular functional relationship between all actors in the process: government, research organizations, universities, researchers, innovators, business and society. One very important novelty for the science-business relations is that the new law envisages joint design, including all relevant stakeholders of a 7-year framework program for research and innovations. We envisage that this would further contribute to developing the ties amongst the academic and business communities in the country. I wish success to the forum and will be looking forward to the recommendations and the future prospects in cooperation with it within the triangle of knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Damyanova. As you heard, we have a new law. We have political will in the country. We have the programs which support the technology and knowledge transfer, and we have the greatest event for this to get together everybody who are interested. And now we can start with our first session, which is focused on the technology and knowledge transfer for scientific organizations. What are the challenges? What are the perspectives? You hear this from three fantastic speakers. Dr. Deepajan Nak, or as we know him, DJ Nak. So please come to the floor. Dr. Stefan Preisler, who will join us online, and Professor Kostadin Kostadinov. But Dr. Nak is first. Professor Kostadinov, please take your seat.
Welcome, everyone. Dobro utro. And what I will try to do is I have a short presentation that we can start with, but I would like to have this a bit interactive. I know it's a little cold outside and with the first snow, but what I'd like to share with you, and I will share a little bit about myself before we get started. It's my 4th time in Sofia, Bulgaria. And I came here somewhat accidentally, to be honest with you, and fell in love with the people, with the city, with the country. And it's really, truly my pleasure now to do a little bit of research and talk about the startup ecosystem and developing the startup ecosystem in Bulgaria. So I'm going to give you a little bit of the US perspective and how I think we've coined this word now. I've coined this word. How can you Bulgarize that model for Bulgaria? So, so we'll start with that. Again, please, if you have any questions, feel free to jump in as well. Are my slides visible? Okay. So again, the focus is going to be how can you do technology transfer? What are some of the challenges for technology transfer, and how can you transform this into a startup ecosystem? And I would like to acknowledge a few people, especially Vasil Karaivanov has been a very kind friend and host. So thank you, Vasil. To the esteemed professors and experts in the room from the government, from the academia, and you know, I especially would like to thank one person who has been so kind to give his time, Pavel Bashniar, so a dear friend of mine from Poland who will speak later on today. So with that, let's get started. So what is tech transfer, and why is it important, you know, for Bulgaria and for Central Eastern Europe? This is what tech transfer really does, and we put together this valley of death. And if you don't know what the valley of death literally means, it is based in the desert in around Arizona and Nevada region where nothing grows, okay? So the chasm between where university ends its research and corporations want to have the technology in their hands ready to be commercialized and sold, there's a chasm. Who fills that gap? Well, typically that gap is filled by funding agencies like the National Science Foundation. I work at the National Science Foundation in the United States, one of the largest grant funding agencies. I'm not representing NSF today though, but that's where the angels, the VCs, the early stage funding and the government funding comes in. And frankly speaking, the one model that has worked really, really well is Poland. And you will hear about how Poland has really transformed its economy. And I think that's a very, very good model for Bulgaria to perhaps take a close look at. This is how it happened in the United States. In 1980, Birch Bayh and Bob Dole came together to have one of the most important legislation in the United States, through which the universities could actually own the intellectual property from the research. And with that shift, now about 35 to 40% of technologies which come out of institutions actually make it to market, which is substantial. Before the Bayh-Dole Act, it was only about 5% of technologies that was taking place in commercialization. So with the subtitles on, hopefully it's a little better. So this was the way where US allowed universities to own the IP, to give preference to startups, and allow professors to actually share in the proceeds of the revenues from the commercialization. In my career, I've led 3 universities, Ohio State, Rutgers, and Nebraska, and I've seen at least 5 multi-millionaire professors because of commercialization, okay? So it works. Bayh-Dole has worked. So is traditional technology transfer enough? I'll give you some numbers. Clearly in the United States, it's worked very, very well. And if you look at, I don't know if the clicker's working, but if you look at some of these numbers, there's lots of them. There's one that I especially like. There's a 200 plus drugs and vaccines that have been developed in the US from academic research, including the cure for COVID, the vaccine, right? Which we came up in less than 2 years' time. So we have transferred a lot of technologies. There's about 1,100 startups that are formed every year from university technology transfer, which is the mainstay of our economy today. But there's also a challenge. Although we generate more than $3 billion in revenues, more than 60% of the patents that are generated from academic tech transfer never make it to the market. So there is a bit of a challenge. The biggest challenge is getting industry to be ready for technology transfer. Industry being ready to work with academia to take the technology on and then adopt it. The terms of it, which is kind of the topic that I'm teaching actually at Sophia University right now, where how do you take that expertise in academia and how do you translate that to industry? So it's very important, but that's really the biggest challenge. So let me give you a very brief history of technology transfer, how it has worked in the US. We've been doing it now for 44 years. So we have learned what works and, more importantly, what does not work in tech transfer. It started out as just taking a technology and handing it over to industry, hoping that it works. It has not, let me tell you. What we went through was the next phase of technology development. So a place like Sophia Tech Park is ideal for taking a technology from an early stage to a later stage, okay? And that in itself is not tech transfer, but more of developing a technology hands-on. Then comes technology commercialization, which is the most hands-on way of taking a technology to market. And I will argue that through the help of venture capitalists, angel investors, government funding, you create startups. And that is the conduit, the best conduit of doing technology transfer in any economy, including the United States. This is a quick technology readiness level map. That's how NASA sends its rockets to the moon and other agencies as well. It starts from TRL-1 through TRL-9. TRL-9 is ready. And so how do you get from a TRL-1 or 2 at a university to a TRL-6 or 7 where you can hand it off to industry? That's really the business of technology transfer. So the evolution of technology commercialization through tech transfer, tech development is how you see we've done in the United States. Again, we are at a point now where we know that tech transfer, traditional tech transfer, is still going on. There's some licensing going on, but the modality, the successful way of doing technology transfer is really through technology commercialization with the full support of the government, with the full support of entrepreneurs, with the full support of venture capitalists coming in all together to make that ecosystem successful. So again, in the last 15 years, very quickly, some of these names will sound very familiar to you. MIT is no surprise. Columbia University, no surprise. But there are some surprises here. University of Utah, Purdue University. You take a look at, some of the lower numbers, like the third from the top is Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah. They do better in startups than MIT does if you normalize it. And there are reasons why these ecosystems get developed. The quick story about BYU is it's located in Utah, right next to California. And all of the billionaires from California come in to ski there in Provo, Utah, and Salt Lake City. So they catch them when they're in their good mood of investing and skiing, right? So that's how some of these ecosystems actually evolve. And so just to give you some numbers, Stanford has done very, very well. In fact, one could argue that Stanford is probably the most successful technology transfer office in the world in many ways. But if you look at Stanford, more than 90% of their technologies which are licensed make less than $100,000. That's not a good number for us, okay? But only a tiny number of them make more than $1 million cumulative. And if you look at the 2018 numbers, only 7 out of 813 inventions made more than $1 million cumulative. So what does that tell us? Less than 1% of technologies transferred from Stanford are actually quote unquote successful, okay? It's a hard business to be in if you call it a business. And really, technology transfer is not about the money. It's about the impact that it creates in people's lives. That's why we do tech transfer, okay? And I would argue technology transfer, the way it is set up today, the academic tech transfer, should be flipped around, should be the opposite. We create solutions at academic institutions. That's our way of solving world's problems. But we're really creating solutions. And then those solutions are going out and seeking a problem. That's the model, right? And so if it's flipped around, where we are actually solving a problem that is important to the public, to the world, that would allow tech transfer to be much more direct. Working with industry is the way to do it, with industry's input and knowing what those actual real problems are, that we can solve those problems in academia. That's an aspiration. So this is what we need. And again, this is the exact same slide that I had worked with Powell in Poland. This was back in 2012, 2013. So you need the policy. The government really has to take the lead in setting up the national policy, like the Bayh-Dole Act. Minister mentioned during her initial opening remarks how important that is. Then the education. What we are doing right now, educating the second or third cohort of tech transfer professionals in your country. That's very, very important. The infrastructure. How do you set up a tech transfer office in the country, in the different regions? And then the actual implementation. So this is what I will end with, and I hope we will have a robust discussion around this. Perhaps in a country like Bulgaria, which is not a large country, you have 6 million people, maybe a hub and spoke model would be the way to go. And is there one hub? Are there many hubs? That's for you to decide. But the way I look at it, centralization of some of these resources in places like the Sophia Tech Park could really have a huge impact in the implementation of technology transfer. So, I don't have a crystal ball, unfortunately, but my prediction is that the formula for success in Bulgaria is the first way is it's startups, startups, and startups. Look for that. Focus on trade secrets and software-based companies. And so focus much more on know-how and trade secrets as opposed to just patent-based technology transfer. The last one is, what are the areas that you need to focus on? And what I have seen going around your country is medtech, agriculture, software, artificial intelligence, machine learning. I'm very optimistic for the future of Bulgaria in technology transfer and how you become one of the powerhouses, not only in Central Eastern Europe, but in Europe as a whole. So with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Nak. Now the floor is yours. You heard from Dr. Nak that it's not only business, it's not only the money. It's much more magic and arts, right? So, questions from the audience. First question, Professor Kostadinov.
DJ Nak, you mentioned that the first important thing is policy, and second is education, but I think you miss research, because if we don't have research, we will not have any things to transfer anywhere.
Exceptional point. I think research is ubiquitous and it pans across all of that. Yes, that is an assumption that I'm making, because your research is your pride and your exceptional quality of research is what I think drives it. So yes, without research, nothing happens. That's absolutely correct. Thank you for your comment.
Hello, my name is Milena Vladova. I'm the manager of the Tech Transfer Office at Medical University Plovdiv. Hello, thank you for the interesting points of view that you presented. I have a twofold question, let's say. So my question is related to the problem solution approach that you mentioned, and regarding the research work. How do you work with the scientific groups, let's say, to identify problems and the value they need to produce so that whatever they produce is market viable? And the second part of my question is with the process of commercial viability. Do you have this process, let's say, researched, analyzed with regard to tech transfer? When does it happen? With regard to patent protection, do they go parallel, or how do you see it? Thank you.
Exceptional questions. By the way, I would love to visit the Medical University in Plovdiv at some point in time. So let me start with the second one. So if you look at the United States, the product market fit is probably one of the most important things that you can have in technology transfer. So you look at the NSF Core program that defines what it is and trains the academic scientists to understand what a product market fit looks like. So it starts there. In my opinion, it should start there. It's not about the invention per se. It's really, is that invention needed in the market? Let me address the first question that you posed, which is one of the most important intangibles in technology transfer. There's one thing and only one thing that really matters: the faculty member, the professor, the researcher. Okay, it starts with that and it almost ends with that. Without that support, it's not happening. And let me tell you another secret. They don't care about the money for the most part. They care about the impact. A lot of people who are in research, they're in research because they want to be in research. You don't want them to be entrepreneurs, for example, right? So understanding and respecting the science that they produce is critically important, and respecting their opinion is also very important. So a lot of those faculty members, I have truly had a wonderful decades-long relationship with, and they work well if you recognize their science and the impact that they create. Thank you for that question.
Hello, my name is Ivan Christoph, and I would like to emphasize on what you mentioned about the national policy, because I'm working on innovation in aviation, and the problem in Bulgaria is we don't have national standard and that's why one of the reasons we're losing so money from the European Union, and that's why I guess we have to start with a national standard or some kind of a criteria to build up and then talk about developing this national policy. What do you think about that? Your experience?
Yeah, and I can't say I'm an expert on that part of things, but I can tell you that benchmarking other regions and countries where they potentially have similar kind of framework as yours is probably the best way to go. I mean, that's what I've done in Turkey and in Brazil, where they don't exactly take what is done in the United States, but they take some elements of it. So I think, doing a benchmarking study perhaps is where you start out.
The last question, because we have the next
Yep.
speakers.
So Florian Pon. I used to launch a tech transfer office for the French equivalent of the NASA. I'm also Romanian origin, so I know how things are happening in Eastern Europe in comparison. All my career was 30 years in France, Germany, States. Valuable insights, Professor, valuable insights. And I will add local specificity, like some of the interventions about national standards and things like that. From your insights, you said that only 1% of the patents are going successful. So first of all, this means that you need to have a critical mass of what Professor Constantino said, good research results, because only 1% is going into the market. So if you don't have 100 researchers, forget about doing tech transfer in the so-called technological push approach. Spending some time in technology transfer society and also bring them in Augsburg in Germany, and also sharing thoughts with them, we discover that in Europe, the best part where you don't have critical mass such huge universities in the United States is not technology push. So in Europe is not startups, startups, and startups again. It doesn't work, including in France, which is a little bit bigger than Bulgaria. What is working is the market pull approach. You pose it in your slides, problem to solution. So listen to your local industries. What are your needs? And answer with your competencies. And this could work, but with a only condition. Not only the researcher mind, it has to be involved in the end, perfectly right. You need professional tech transfer officers. Professional. I mean really professional. The guys who knows the needs of the universities, he knows the needs of the industry. He has the catalog of full competencies of the researchers, and he is marrying two guys which are not made to work together. Okay? So we could discuss a little bit more. And by the way, you showcased the TRL. The guys from T2S, Technology Transfer Society, asked me to invent a tool for market pool approach. So I'm the author of the demand readiness level, which to put it together with technology readiness level goes for European Innovation Council. Stella will speak also. Innovation readiness diagram. Okay?
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Palm. Well, it starts very interesting. The US aspect, the European aspect, and now we'll join to us now Professor Dr. Stefan Preisler to give us more from the German and the European aspect on the tech transfer. Stefan, the floor is yours. Oops. We don't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we do.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. And it was a very impressive discussion and a very impressive first presentation. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, and both by travel schedule and the ongoing strategy process within Fraunhofer. I couldn't attend in person. It's a pity because I would very much like to have come to Sofia. Well, I've prepared some slides, and now I will share my screen. And it would be great if you can give me a hint if it's on your...
Yes, it is now.
Very good, thank you. Yes, the title of my presentation is Tech Transfer Challenges for Universities and Scientific Institutions. And in the next couple of minutes, I would like to give you a brief overview of major challenges. And of course, I know that we need to talk about solutions and, for example, future trends and what's going on in the tech transfer community. But on the other hand, I had an old professor with me quite a couple of times, and he always said, if you look deep enough into a problem and you really dig in this problem, then in the end of the day, there you will find a piece for the solution. So that's why I prepared some slides and want to give an overview of challenges and sometimes digging a little bit deeper. So the first cluster of challenges, and I titled this slide as General Challenges. It's about resources, right? And as we already learned, we could start, for example, with human resources. In this slide, I very much focus on the tech transfer, and this means the human resources dedicated to tech transfer. But of course, Professor Kostadinov, I totally agree. If you don't have enough research, and it was also said by the other colleagues, you need a critical mass. It's something we observed in Eastern Germany for quite a couple of years. If you want to attract the large venture capitalists or the big money, then they ask for the deal flows or something like how's the ecosystem. And when we, coming from an Eastern German perspective, arguing what they can expect, and sometimes we don't reach the critical mass. That's a very, very important point. So coming to human resources, they are fundamental for research and technology transfer, especially when it comes to skills. We heard about the professionality of the tech transfer offices. And from my perspective, transfer professionals need great communication skills. They need patience. They need to understand the way researchers behave. And during a previous Supersonic event, I mentioned the role of trust. So trust is the most important building block for tech transfer. And the tech transfer professionals need the skills to create an atmosphere of trust, to create an institutional design which really makes a trustful atmosphere. So the challenges when it comes to the human resources, of course, they are very, very important. How to recruit the talents for tech transfer, and how to keep them, and how to develop them. This is true for tech transfer offices at universities, but this is also true when it comes to, let's say, demand-driven research organizations. So they need a special skill set, and you have special roles for them. And the question is how to recruit them, how to keep them, how to develop them. When it comes to human resources, so you see, I go very straightforward. Each point is we can discuss each point. No lecture, let's say. Second one, financial resources. Financial resources plays another crucial role in tech transfer. For example, when we talk about startups, and startups is a very important issue when it comes to environments like Bulgaria and as well as Eastern Germany. We do not have the large companies in Eastern Germany. So we need to get something out of our universities which belongs to the region, more or less, where we can make an impact to regional development. And startup is a very, very good idea to do that. So when it comes to financial resources, we talk about seed funding during the seed funding phase, for example, but also when it comes to the scaling up phase. Germany will establish new types of funding agencies. They are called Cyber Agency and Sprint Germany. They are much in line with what we saw in the US, the DARPA, and they are dedicated to really scale up funding, like Sprint, or dedicated to a field of technology like Cyber Agency. But the main issue there is getting the capital and the financial resources in the scaling up phase. Well, and of course, there's public money and private money and sometimes co-financing schemes. And the challenge is to get the right money at the right time, in the right scope, in the right venture. So that would be the second remark. So when it comes to infrastructure, infrastructure is quite often an important element in tech transfer. Laboratories, special equipment, etc., can create a unique selling proposition. And by this, the R&D institutions could differentiate themselves within the research market. And the challenge, of course, is to use the infrastructure in a way to optimize the impact. Sometimes this could be done by contract research, so it's the market pull perspective. Sometimes just by providing access to the infrastructure, right? So now looking to the second cluster, knowledge, starting with strategy. At this point, we need to distinguish between organizations where tech transfer is an add-on on other tasks, like research or higher education. Universities are often a good example for those organizations, right? And on the other hand, there are organizations where tech transfer is an integrated part of the business model. It's different. And in this case, tech transfer is the main purpose of the organization. Like we use the model of Fraunhofer in Germany to illustrate this. But in both cases, there should be an explicit strategy on how to realize tech transfer and how to measure as well the success at the end of the day. So strategy is key. Coming to process know-how. This point refers to the internal processes and structures of the tech transfer unit, respectively to the R&D institution. What are the mechanisms to identify, to evaluate, and to protect the research discoveries? Which processes are in place for making the protected technology or support entrepreneurial skills? Another issue in this context are incentives. And of course, there could be incentive schemes, financial and non-financial. So the process know-how is quite important. There are a lot of possibilities to get these type of skills. Explicit knowledge, but also tacit by the ASTP and the AUTM, for example, in the US. They provide a lot of trainings dedicated to this type of process know-how. Market knowledge. Looking from Berg's perspective, market knowledge is very valuable, and there is no easy way to get this type of knowledge into tech transfer. At special point, you need to evaluate the discovery and say, okay, we go for patenting, we go for protecting the IP, and there you need a better understanding of potential markets. And this market knowledge is very valuable. For example, some countries, like in Germany, there are special supporting schemes to attract external professionals to participate in spin-offs, just to get the market knowledge into the spin-off itself. Investors are also a great source of this type of market knowledge. And in this case, the founder needs to bargain shares of the spin-offs and be influenced by the investor. It's always a tricky question how to balance this. But getting market knowledge when you come from a technology push perspective into the adventure is also a critical issue. Right. Framework conditions. To develop and run tech transfer successfully, there are strong requirements, for example, a stable legal environment or specialized and long-term organizations like an innovation fund or project agencies. So I talked about trust, and this means also the trust in the environment, let's say in the organizational and the legal environment. If the legal and organizational environment changes often or in a very short period of time, building trust and strong networks becomes very, very difficult. And in this regard, I want to share with you the idea of the so-called quintuple innovation helix framework. You can see this on the right side. And this framework states that there are subsystems, if you like policy, economy, and society. For those who are scientifically in contact with this literature, we have this triple helix model from Petkovitz. And during the last decades, this triple helix model, where you have the industry, the society, the industry, the science, and the policy, this perspective developed because they said that you need also the society as part of the innovation process, because sometimes society does not accept different types of innovations, and sometimes society also has a say in where spending goes to. So society should be part of this whole understanding. And in the last couple of years, it came to the perspective that if you don't recognize the limits of our planet Earth, then some innovations are also not possible, just not possible. If you have a state who wants something, you have the science who is able to do, you have the industry which can do something, you have the society which is in favor for that, but you don't have the real materials, or the innovation is not, or the innovation has a CO2 footprint. This could lead to a no-go for the innovation. So you need to include not only science, society, policy, and economy, but also, let's say, the planet. Looking on the time, the second, the last slide from my side is about the specific challenges. On the left side, university. On the right side, scientific institutions. To make it more visible, I understand the scientific institution as an applied-oriented research organization, where tech transfer is a key purpose. So let's say the right side is more like a Fraunhofer, and the left side is more like a traditional university. And when you look at specific challenges for the universities, just to pick something out, there needs to be a transfer strategy. And an underlying question for the university could be, where are laid as a university to focus on? On the one hand, you can, as a university, lay the focus on the main goal to support regional development. For example, you try to really increase the footprint of your university in the region. So thinking about startups, an ecosystem around the university, focusing on tech transfer and contract research with the local industry. This could be one strategic goal. Another strategic goal could be, and you need to balance, or one needs to balance both, is to make the most profit out of your IP. And then you don't look too much in the region, but you look on, let's say, the global tech market and try to sell the most, your technology for the most income. So these are different possibilities to link the focus, and this needs to be balanced. And when you look on the scientific institution, in my eyes, the business model would be the most challenging part of the story. So, for example, what will be a unique selling proposition? What is the client base? How to establish long-term relations, and how to manage strategic partnerships with key stakeholders. So they are a little bit different, but to come to an end, and just between us today, all these general and specific challenges are not very new. We knew these challenges decades long, and of course they are challenging until today. But what we should consider as well are new tools and possibilities when we talk about tech transfer. And from my perspective, there are at least 3 developments we need to consider. The first one is about platform. This approach to manage supply and demand, we know already from Facebook, from Uber or Amazon. So you have the platform approach to balance and to manage supply and demand. But what does it mean for tech transfer? And what we observed, and there's already evidence-based and real impact we can see when it comes to these crowd innovation platforms. So the platform model using a tech transfer is one new development which we need to consider from my perspective. The second one is artificial intelligence, especially when it comes in matchmaking stakeholders, also supply and demand, but also different stakeholders. For example, in Fraunhofer, we developed a recommender system where Fraunhofer business developer asks this tool, and they get a response from the tool in a way, please go to this company because they are similar to the companies who are now which are in our client base, for example. So using AI to recommend something is, from my perspective, a very promising trend and development. And thirdly, when we look to generative AI, there are new services, especially in the field of ideation. So if you, for example, think about what field of use or which field of uses are promising for my technology, coming from tech push perspective, then AI, for example, could generate opportunities. And then you can think in your team or your expert groups or together with stakeholders, is this promising? Is this something solid, substantial or not? But the process of ideation, in this sense, artificial AI could really support, I would say. To sum up, in my opinion, transfer is one of the most challenging, really one of the most challenging, but on the other hand, one of the most interesting adventures in our innovation ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Preister. As I'm with the microphone, I'll take the chance to ask the first question, if you allow me. So, after we heard that we have, if we have all the resources, if we have all the science and research, even if we have all the infrastructure, the legislation, the policy, at the end, it is the society, it's the people who either accept it or don't accept it. So, Dr. Preisler, my question is, in relation to the very last slide of all of the many slides, so is there a possibility, is the sustainable scientific business model possible in Europe?
Brilliant question. It's quite provocative. Of course, there's no one solution fits all.
We saw that even Stanford cannot be sustainable with their innovations, so they cannot they cannot live on the revenue from their IP. So the European perspective.
Well, what we observed is you find in Israel, they have a quite interesting model how they transfer knowledge and IP from the university to their commercialization agencies. And this seems to be quite a sustainable model. But this does not work in Germany, and probably the US has also different solution. But when it comes to the solid and sustaining model, I would look to the Israelis. Well, when we, for example, look to Germany, we understood that we have a very diversified tech transfer system, especially universities for applied research, with Fraunhofer, with Helmholtz, you name it. And we understood during the last couple of decades that we spend quite a lot. We have a lot of projects, but when we compare to the US, we struggle with getting the IP in the market, to get the unicorns, to really go further. And the direction in the German system is focusing more on mission-oriented things, and on the other hand, to try new organizational designs like the cyber agency or the sprint, or what's now coming, it's called the DATI. These are organizational elements which the German policy tries to really experiment, let's say. Yeah. So my answer would be no.
Thank you. Well, questions? Okay, one contradiction. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Palm will be our speaker in the third session, but now he's very active from the very beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasil. Okay, so Onera, so the equivalent of the German DLR, is not self-sustainable entirely, but the tech transfer office is sustainable. So I led the office with 1.2 million euro in royalties per year, after only 7 years of building up, launching from the beginning, the tech transfer office. So I took the office with 0 license per year, 1 startup each 2 years, strong individualities. And I led the office with 15 license per year, 30 patents per year, and 1.2 million euro in royalties. And we've been 10 guys, and 1.2 million, it was enough to pay us. So, which is working. I know the problem for Fraunhofer, and additionally, I've been part of the French governmental commission where we set it up, the so-called Société d'Accélération du Transfert de Technologie, the SATT, regional society in order to go for 10,000 researchers in a region just to fulfill the critical mass. And from 14 societies, the 5 who listened me and they put money 2/3 in market pool, 1/3 in techno-push, they reached sustainability by themselves. So once capitalized by the French state with 1.4 billion for 14 societies, so 100 million per each, they play the game as business angel and seed investors together with tech transfer offices, and in all for all, they become sustainable after investing in small and medium enterprise who could not pay the laboratories, but very good projects. Okay, so a balance between market pull and technology push, it's essential. And I will say, from my business model point of view, if you don't invest 2/3 of the money in market pool with local SMEs, you will lose your money trying to do tech transfer. So I agree, it is not sustainable in a tech transfer approach in comparison with the 15 happy fews in United States, which are getting money only based on drugs, on chemical molecules, or in telecommunication standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Palm. Stefan, would you like to comment?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, next question then, Dr. Nack.
Yeah, brilliant presentation, Dr. Preisler. That was very insightful. So my question to you is, you know, if you can't measure it, you don't know whether it's working or not. So you mentioned about AUTM in the US, which measures the metrics. What are some of the KPIs? What are some of the metrics that you measure for success? And are they different than the metrics that we measure in the US? Because, you know, the reason I ask that is, to me, tech transfer is very cultural. And, you know, what are some of those metrics, the top 3 metrics, if you will, that you think are important for success of tech transfer in Europe?
Thank you very much. Very, very important question. Because what you do not measure, you cannot manage, more or less. At Fraunhofer, we have a quite clear KPI system. So we measure the income, and we differentiate or distinguish between income from public money, so project-based public money, and income from industry, so industry money. And there is the industry money is more valuable in the Fraunhofer system than the public money, and European public money is different than the national public money. And this is competition-based money. I don't talk about fundamental institutional money. So our main indicator is, let's say, the revenues. And then, of course, scientific excellence, publication, patenting. But the key measure is the income. When I look to the universities, they tend to take over the UK model, where you have much more impact-driven matrices, let's say. And we need to distinguish in Germany between universities, University of Applied Sciences, and private universities. They differentiate in the KPI systems. And from a European perspective, you have this organization like ASTP, and they developed also a metrics where you can but at the end of the day, they orient also in the AGM. I follow your argument that the metrics and these innovation systems they are cultural rooted, and they are not they are similar, but it's not the same. I would agree.
Other questions? No. So we can proceed with our next speaker, Professor Kostadinov. So you will hear even the Bulgarian perspective with the European nuance, right, Professor Kostadinov? And we'll show you how Bulgarians do it. We start from the end. We start from the measuring, right? Now, Professor Kostadinov has prepared a special presentation. For those who don't know, Professor Kostadinov is one of the top guys in tech transfer in Bulgaria. In fact, one of the first to start it.
Thank you, Vasil, for the kind presentation. It's so difficult to speak after these two brilliant and great professionals in technology transfer, like DJ Nack and Dr. Preisler. But it is good to move from the USA, from the Europe to the Bulgaria or the East Europe. First, I will give you some short information about GIS Transfer Center Foundation, which is a foundation created by Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, Technical University, Institute of Mechanics, and Steinbeis Foundation from Stuttgart. This is a non-governmental organization, non-profit organization for social purposes. The mission of this organization, created in 2018 of December, is to support the transfer of knowledge, the research results obtained by the public funded organization, and technology developed by them to the industry, to the all sectors of the society, but with accent to the small and medium-sized enterprises. Second part of the mission is to support and promote the scientific research related to the creation of competitive research results. and to support innovation. And finally, to commercialize these competitive research results, which is the essence of the technology transfer. Not it's good to mention also that this is not be possible without establishing a reliable link between the research organization and the all sector of the society. We are a small team, 11 persons, 4 professors, 2 PhD specialists, 4 experts. We are founding members of the Cluster of Mechatronics and Automation 2006 and founding member of Cluster of Sofia Knowledge City 2015. At the national level, we are hosting the Bulgarian Technology Transfer Network, created informally 2013 April. Nowadays comprising 32 technology transfer centers and offices. We are hosting organization of several national contact points for the European Research Framework programs like FP7, Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. At international level, we are member of Steinbeis Technology Transfer International Network since 2003 and member of the advisory committee to the Association of Science and Technology Transfer Professionals, ASTP, that Dr. Preisler mentioned before. And nowadays, since June this year, we are member of the Danube Technology Transfer Network. This is some current and last project of foundation that already implemented. I will not stop on them. Considering the knowledge transfer and knowledge and technology transfer, they are often interchangeable. Technology transfer tends to refer to research commercialization, as DJ Nack mentioned, and this is, could be considered as a subset of the knowledge transfer. But there is evolution over the past 20 years, which has seen that the concept of knowledge transfer move from the more traditional concept of commercialization to the more broad traditional, to the more rounded approach which supports both co-creation and dissemination of research results with and to non-academic parties. Maybe you know that co-creation was the motto of these last 2 research programs, European programs, Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. So this is a more broad concept nowadays. But what is missing in the European research program is that there is no foreseen any funds for technology transfer in the research projects. There are some costs foreseen for the dissemination, for other things, but not for technology transfer, which from the opinion of the ISTP is a shortage of this project. Concerning the indicators for measuring knowledge exchange activities of university and public funded organizations can be differentiated into the 3 dimensions. First, it is whether the indicator or metric measure a characteristic of the university itself, or whether it measures an organization characteristics or activity outside the university, which sometimes the technology transfer is outside of the university. The second dimension is whether it relates to something that is used as an input of technology transfer, and second, represent the interaction of that exchange as an output and generates the impact. As Dr. Preisler said, the impact is most important. The impact is important when we consider the commercialization of research results. But if we consider more broad aspect, this is another point. And the third criterion relates to the mission of in the university, to which an indicator can be connected. I asked Dr. DJ Nak about research because most of the university in Bulgaria, they have mission only to educate. They don't consider the second mission to make research. Even more, they don't consider the third mission to commercialize the research results. This is the indicators by country. This is a preliminary data by working group of ASTP, which I am a member of this group, to create indicators for technology transfer. What is the biggest challenge of technology transfer, especially in the Eastern Europe? This is that there is no critical mass of researchers. For example, Romania has less than 0.5% of the total labor force. Bulgaria has less than 1%, 0.78 from the total labor force. While the Germany or Belgium or Sweden, they have more than 2% of the total labor force. This is the biggest challenge, no critical mass. The second biggest challenge is that our university, they don't have mission to make research, and they don't have the third mission to commercialize the research results. Years ago, I asked one leading scientist from the Sofia University why she doing research. And her answer was, I want to accelerate my academic career. So if we have such a situation, this is not the case to speak about the technology transfer. This is not the case for the public funded research organization because their main mission is to make research. Why the indicators for success of technology transfer is so important? Because they set the rules of the game. If we know the rules of the game, we will follow these rules and will move further. Here are the indicators according to these three dimensions I already mentioned. Here is also a Bulgarian case. And concerning the UK case, which is more developed, and advanced. There are different indicators, but what is important is that almost startups, as DJ Nak mentioned, is the most important. But to create the startups, we need to have patents and IP agreement. And you can see this is almost the case, almost all except Deutschland, Germany, is the indicator that already used in these countries. Concerning the impact of the technology transfer to the education, there are three indicators: industrial PhD students, education offer for the third parties for education and training for the new technology developed, which are subject to be transferred, and students startups. For me, internal output is the most important, because if we have resources and if we get research funding, this is a prerequisite for technology transfer. Prerequisite to create and co-create research results. And after that, we can think how to make technology transfer. I am agree with Florent Paun that the market demand is the moving force. And this is why we accept and implement the Steinbeis model, which is based on that demand. In Bulgarian case, we use some of these indicators I already shown for the evaluation of the research performed by the public funded organization. And this is the third criteria, which is impact. And this is the indicators. This is the money for the coming from the research projects, European research programs, other international research projects, money coming from the industry or from the society, external funding of the organization, contracts activity with the companies, Bulgarian companies, and contracts with foreign companies and enterprises. And the last sub-criteria here is the licensing, royalties, etc. And I will show you how it looks like this for one university. Everything is okay, but no money coming from the royalties, from the licensing. Why? Because all the university produce less than 50 patent applications per year. All 51 university produce less than 50 patent applications per year. This is the other challenge, that, for example, comparing to the 30, 40 years ago, as started technology transfer in USA, we had more than 1,000 applications per year. Nowadays, the biggest challenge is to provoke and to uh, insist the university to make patent application and to make licensing and other things. The indicator for startups is into the operative program for the competence centers, for the excellence centers, and I will not show how many startups have been created, but from the university and research organization, but it's not necessary to prepare a slide because this is a zero. So, challenges as a conclusion, just to mention. First, to include the third mission. Even some of the university need to include the second mission for research. To have IP regulations. My both colleagues, DJ Nack and Stefan Preisler, didn't mention that we need to have an innovation strategy. Innovation strategy of the public funding organization is completely different from the innovation strategy of the companies. And networking, and the last challenge that is knocking on the door is artificial AI supported knowledge and technology transfer. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. We might have questions.
Yeah.
Don't be in a hurry.
Yeah.
After this optimistic presentation from Professor Kostadinov, well, come on, at least in networking, we're good. So, do you have questions to Professor Kostadinov? Or you can do it later. Just a comment, okay?
It's much more a suggestion to our colleague from the ministry in front here. Dr. Naj said that tech transfer activities dramatically rise up in the United States just after Bayh-Dole Act. I will also add the SBIR Act, okay, the Small Business Innovation Act, which was in 2010, 2012, something like that. This is the most important stuff, how you incentivize the universities to produce IP, registered IP, because it's the same problem everywhere. As you mentioned, you only have 50 patents. From the statistics, with 50 patents, you don't have 100, so you don't have the one person which is bringing money. So it's clearly, if you don't have a law and standards which are incentivizing professors, researchers to patent, you will not get it. So you need a law, a kind of inventor law, which in Onera, it works because from 1.2 million euro in royalties I received per year, more than 400,000 euro were distributed to a collective of around 20 to 30 researchers per year. So I was sharing 25% of the revenues, and then all the researchers were queuing in front of my tech transfer office. Please help me to transfer something. Okay, it's working. If not, it doesn't work at all. Okay? So law, how you make by law professors inventing and patenting, and with what money?
The law created more than 35 years ago allows to the professors to get the incentives from the royalties. As a percentage, it depends from the IP regulations. Concerning how to increase the patenting, we include in this regulation for monitoring and evaluation of the scientific activity of the public funded organization, this indicator, patent, PCT patent, PCT application, and patents. This is equal to the paper with Q1. This is the same as a Q1 paper that they produce.
You're right. It gives me another idea. It starts to work also when I convince my scientific general director. It's about how you evaluate the performance of a researcher. Normally you evaluate the performance of a scientist from his age index. Yes?
No, we don't use age index.
Yeah, okay, or something like how many publication it has and things like that. So when I convince the general scientific director to evaluate personally, year after year, a researcher based on one patent, internationally spreaded and obtained, it is valuing 3 publication A type, it starts to work. When a patent is licensed, 10 publications. And it starts simply work like this. Personal evaluation rule, all applied to the scientist.
Thank you for the idea to include this sub-indicator for the licensing patent is 10 times paper Q1. I don't propose to implement this because personally I have 22 patents and I sold 5 or 6. I don't licensing. Yeah, but I don't licensing. I sold them. Sell. Yeah.
It's not a license. Licensing is when you are leasing.
Yes.
Sale,
It's another thing.
it's another thing.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah. This is why I don't insist to put this indicator, but nowadays.
No, contractualized IP.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
A contract on an IP,
Yeah.
selling or licensing is equivalent with 10 publications.
We created in Bulgarian Academy of Sciences 10 startups. This was 2010, but this was the first attempt when I was a member of managing board of Bulgarian Academy of Sciences and responsible for technology transfer and innovation. But after my mandate, the end of the 2012, no one startups has been created in Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. It's a pity that the university also don't consider such a thing. But implementing the regulation for evaluation and monitoring of the research activities increase the patenting of the university 10 times. It was less than 5 patents before this regulation adopted in 2015 in September. So we have a little bit step further, small step.
Well, I'm sorry.
No problem.
It's so interesting. I'm going back to
By the way, we'll have another chance. I'll put you next to each other
Yeah,
to
make
see
a
it,
version.
but it is in the afternoon when you talk to everybody again.
What is the situation in Bulgaria? But in Romania, you have Continental. I've seen you have a Bosch building here. In Romania, we have Continental and we have Technocentre by Renault. And they came to ask me in France, successful and good professionals in IP engineering, not attorney. By the way, you will not write a good patent with an attorney. Never. I've seen in your staff, you have an IP lawyer.
Yeah.
He will not write patents. Even if he will tell you he's writing patents, he's not writing good patents. You need technological background
Right.
in order to write a
Right.
good patent.
Right.
And they were coming to ask me to train IP engineers in order to write patents for them in Romania and recommend young people from studying in France to go back in Romania because they have more than 500 patents per year applied by Continental, and they moved from Romania directly to Germany. So they are paying 2 weeks to an engineer from Romania to go in Germany to write a patent there because they have nobody to write patents in Romania. It's so a shame, you know what I mean? And technology center from Renault is the same stuff. So I think in Eastern Europe, we need to professionalize engineers in writing patents and professionalize good tech transfer officers, which are not commercial, but they have to be commercial, but also engineer and multicultural, you know.
Yeah.
And suddenly, I was refusing twice 2 parties of becoming minister in Romania for research. But I tell them I could help you, but I could not come because you don't have a critical mass of professionals. So if you want me, I could train for you for 3 years, good professionals in doing this. If not, it doesn't work.
Yeah. But Andrei Curaj put...
I know,
yeah,
Adrian,
put,
I know, it's a friend.
yeah.
But we discussed that you say 0.4, 0.6% of Romanians workforce are working in research, but they never add the 4,500 engineers from Renault. They never add the 5,000 engineers from Continental, Bitdefender, UiPath, and so on. They have a lot of the researchers in Romania, but in private companies, and they don't account them there. They even don't know how to compute the KPIs. That's the professionalization level.
Yeah. So we have similar problems. Yeah. But anyhow, I am optimistic. Even I am engaged with technology transfer since 2000. I see a lot of people. We have a lot of technology transfer centers in the research university, in other organizations. So we have also research technology transfer in private organizations also.
Training, do you have training for professionals?
This is made, this training by the this Transfer Center Foundation, not like governmental or etc. But personally, I trained the researchers from the Trachea University 2 years ago, and they increase with 10 times the patenting.
So we need 10 professors Constantino.
We need...
we are working on this, believe me.
To teach 10 universities.
Yeah.
Thank you very much to all of you. Wow, only 10 minutes we are late. We're behind the schedule. And now, no, it's okay. Now we start immediately with our second session. With so much optimism, it will be a shame if we don't put a little bit of money in the game. So let's make it not only arts, but let's make it business. So in our second session, is the money the key? Is the funding the key for success? In this session, we'll have 4 prominent speakers, and we start with Han Doos, directly from Geneva, from his top business development and entrepreneurial development person in CERN. CERN started after several attempts with different approaches. Now they have a special platform for connecting and enabling scientists, researchers, VC, venture capitalists, industry to get together and do what is we know as deep, deep, deep tech. And in fact, this session is for the not only for the money, but the money for the deep tech. So, Han, we don't hear you.
You
Now
should
you
be
do.
able.
Now we do. We don't. We do? We don't. Okay. So now he's frozen. This is a new technology from CERN. Don't worry. Special technology from CERN. And this is another technology. This is the disruptive one.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can see you. We can hear you. And please tell us what is CERN doing right now for increasing
Yes.
the potential for the tech transfer in the deep tech and the financing of all of it.
Okay. Well, thanks again for inviting me. And indeed, it's a topic close to my heart. And I've also listened to the discussions you had a bit before. And of course, I recognize a lot of the dilemma in the sense that you want that you file patents because patents are often an important driver also for a startup to, let's say, to embark on because they need to protect their innovations. On the other hand, there is also quite some push, at least to CERN as an intergovernmental organization, to embrace open source. So, and those things are interesting because at first instance, they seem to be conflicting somehow. But we have basically now embraced a sort of a hybrid strategy where we say, okay, on one hand, we look to which technologies can have most impact by making them available open source. And I'm talking about open source software and open source hardware. And some technologies are better to be protected by a patent because it makes it more interesting for industry to adopt it. So I just wanted to share with you a bit of that reflection before. Yes, I'm back again, I think, right? Yes. You can hear me?
We do. We do hear.
Okay. So we had created about 40, 50 startups in the past, in the years ago. And we have been thinking, how can we improve this program? And we came to realize that as CERN, as technology player, we have to admit that we are not a business incubator, and we are also not, let's say, a venture builder. And also we have to realize that we don't know the world of VCs that well. So we came to realize that, you know, maybe we should stay strong as where we are, which means we should focus on looking for technologies that are interesting for startups. So what we do now is we build a program where on one hand, we really try to look at technologies that have a clear IP position, where possibly there is a patent, where we can support founders with insights and help, and also with prototypes to help them connect with deep tech VCs and incubators across the CERN member states to make the life of a founder easy. So we basically have changed the program and made it more founder-centric and made it more simple. So also the way to access technology, we made it much more simple. We don't take any equity in a startup. We have a very simple agreement to speed up, let's say, adoption. Maybe I can share a few slides. If you can pull up the slides, then I can quickly show you. You go to the next slide. So maybe a step back. So CERN is this large machine that you have probably heard about, 100 meters under the ground, 27 kilometers long. If you go to the next slide, you will see that the technology that we have is really built around detectors, accelerators, and computing. Next slide, please. So, and to give you a flavor, you see here in the bottom left corner, you see a few people standing next to this detector, just to give you an impression of the size. So this is one of the 4 detectors that are installed. Detector is about, as heavy as the Eiffel Tower, and there are many sensors installed in there. Then if you go to the next slide, please. Then you also realize that it's not just the detector technology, but also in the 27-kilometer long Large Hadron Collider, a lot of technology is used there. Cryogenics, superconductivity, a lot of material science went in there in order to make sure that we can push these particles to travel at these high energies. Next slide. So and then in terms of computing, we generate a lot of data. We basically generate, I would say, 40 terabytes per second. And that data needs to be analyzed in multiple countries worldwide. So also in the digital field, we have a lot of technology that can be interesting for startups. If you go to the next slide, please. So that is what is now the core of our CERN Venture Connect program. So we want to make life for deep tech founders successful. And this can be people from CERN, but also we target any startup in any of the CERN member states. So if there are startups in Bulgaria that have a challenge and could benefit from technology at CERN, they can apply and they can explain to us what is their ambition, and we can think along if the technology can be used for them to make their innovation come true. So if you go to the next slide, please. So as we're talking deep tech, typically there are 3 things that are challenging. Deep tech requires more capital typically, so the risk is higher. The funding also typically is significant. It's much more complex to make, let's say, a startup that uses accelerator technology to develop, let's say, radioisotopes versus creating a startup that makes an app for your iPhone. And then also the structure on how you guide a startup to grow. The typical accelerator programs that run for a couple of months are not strong enough to help a deep tech startup. We've really seen that you need almost half a year to 9 months program to enhance a deep tech startup to be successful. If you go to the next slide. So, and we have really thought, okay, let's look at technologies at CERN that are unique, that have something special, but also that are relatively high TRL, so that are not too fundamental, that are relatively easy to transform into a component of a product, and that are supported by CERN experts. And let's make an agreement, a standard licensing agreement that makes it easy to access, and let's also develop prototypes so startups can get something in their hands to play with. Next slide, please. And here you see the technologies that are currently available for startups in Bulgaria. So you see here we have a very precise ASIC to measure current that really goes to the 50 ampere level. So it's an extreme precise chip to measure electric currents. We have a structured laser beam that is really remarkable in measuring very precise distances. We have a single frequency laser that can be used also in many applications where you want a very narrow width laser. We have also an interesting technology called astromesh to help satellites talk to each other. And then this is going to be very interesting because the first 4 technologies are proprietary, so we give a license on that technology. And the bottom technologies, at least the White Rabbit and the Rusio, are open source. So on purpose, we have also included some open source technology because we still can help startups to embrace it, to use it, because a lot of that open source technology is very complex, and startups have a long learning curve in order to embrace those technologies. But with the support from CERN, we can help them to better understand how these technologies can contribute to their to the challenges that a startup has. And then finally, also the ultra light cold plate is a new technology that helps cooling of hot elements. So if you go to the next slide, please. So if I make a step back, what we have done, so on one hand, we had said, okay, let's stay close to who we are. We are a technology provider. At CERN, we try to find Higgs bosons. So we need to make sure that we provide fast access to our deep tech technologies by making a portfolio of curated technology, by making technologies available through prototypes and technical support, and by providing a standard licensing agreement. On the other hand, we know that for a startup founder to be successful, this founder will need access to funding, and therefore we have also teamed up with VCs that have really experience in deep tech funding, and with incubators and venture builders that have access in the domain, because we realize we cannot do this alone. The next slide, please. So in summary, what we are looking for is if there is any startups, existing startups or scale-ups in Bulgaria that could benefit from laser technology, that could benefit from measurement devices, from very precise measurements of current for their own applications, we really encourage all of you then to bring them in touch with us so we can help them. So next slide. And that's basically the two people in the team, in my team, that would be the contact for any of the startups. So I would like to stop with that, but I think the most important message is that we really have come to the realization that we want to make the life of a founder as easy as possible, because running a deep tech startup is already a challenge. And we believe as CERN and also as an intergovernmental organization, we should try to be as less bureaucratic as possible to help. And I would like to close with that.
Thank you very much, Han. Han Dals from CERN.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Are
the
there any
floor is yours
questions?
for questions. And the first is Dr. Nak.
So again, thank you very much for that amazing presentation. What caught my attention was, your mention of the open source kind of platform technologies. Can you comment on, how do you measure success for open sourcing certain technologies? And the second part of the question is, are you contributing to the SEPs, the standard essential patent pools, which are so important for Europe, from that open sourcing of technologies?
Yeah, so I think on the how we measure success, so basically all the hardware that we develop at CERN, we develop for high energy physics. So we don't develop anything, let's say, for a wind turbine or for a car or for a medical scanner. Still, it's surprising how often this software and open source hardware finds its way to new applications. So I'll give you an example about White Rabbit. We definitely have been surprised to see that this technology to help synchronize timing across our accelerator has also found use cases in the electricity grid domain, but also, for example, the Frankfurt Stock Exchange is using White Rabbit to help ensure, let's say, to put very precise timestamps on all the trade that is happening. So one way we measure this success is how many different applications out there that have a positive contribution to society benefit from this technology. That's a very important indicator for us. And secondly, of course, when it comes to open source software, in fact, we're currently starting a new project where we also do a bit of database search in GitLab to see how often has software from CERN been used by other institutes and in other domains, how many lines of code has CERN contributed to the world and is used in domains other than high energy physics. Those are important indicators for us. But when it really comes to, let's say, standard indicators that we have is, of course, how much collaborative R&D agreements did we sign, how much licenses did we sign, how much startups did we create. But I think when it comes to open source, that is slightly different, of course. Does it answer your question?
It must be, because we have other questions too.
Okay.
Pavel Bosnier.
Hello, Hans. Thanks for this presentation. I have two questions. You mentioned that you focus on high TRLs. What is the threshold for you? And the second question is, you also mentioned that you make available prototypes. Do you also have any test beds that are available for outside parties to play with the prototypes in?
Yes. So again, it boils down to making life of a startup easy, because for a founder to quit your job and create a new startup is already pretty brave. And I think we have to make life easy. And one of the things we do is that we take, for example, this accurate chip that is measuring FEM to M, so very, very small currents, which could be, we believe, interesting in various diagnostic medical applications. Of course, we can just take this chip and throw it over the wall and say, have fun. But then this company needs to develop the readout electronics around it and needs to study that before it can really enjoy, let's say, this sensitive measurement device and see how it can be translated in a value proposition for them. So what we have done is we have created readout boards that we can provide to startups. So a startup can apply to the program, tell us what is their ambition. We have a call with them, also with an expert, to see, hey, is this potentially an application that can benefit from it? And then we can provide them with a demo kit, so the chip, including the readout electronics, so they can very easily test if it really makes a difference to them. There was another question you had, I think.
Sorry, my first question was on the maturity of technologies that you focus on. You mentioned that you have preference for, later TRLs.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, so we really think it should be technology tier level 4 or higher. That's also because we have seen that, for example, we had a technology called a very, let's say, a very compact accelerator technology. But in order to really embrace that as a startup, you needed a lot of money to, first of all, make this accelerator, and you needed almost, let's say, 10 PhDs to be able to turn it into a product, and you needed many years of time. So that was really, really very challenging. So we have come to the realization that we should look for technologies that are a bit more easy to digest in terms of the experts that you need, first of all, but also in terms of the timeline that you need, and hence the money that you need to bring a product to the market. So therefore, when we look to our technology portfolio, we try to select technologies that, let's say, don't require a team to study 5 years before they understand what it is.
Thank you very much, Ham. And
Welcome.
now we continue with our next speaker. You heard from Ham those that for most of the technologies you need a lot of money. And well, in our region, we have a lot of funds who can invest and are willing to invest, but only few of them have the money. And now I want to present to you Mr. Pavel Bosniers, who is not only one of the partners of Radix, one of the recently created funds for deep tech, one of the funds with money, but also he's the person who established and who created the acceleration and incubation ecosystem in Poland many years ago. Pavel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation. It's very nice to be here back in Sofia. I think the previous time it was before COVID, so it doesn't count. Yeah, I have just a few slides, so I won't take up too much of your time. But before I embark on the presentation, let me just give you very shortly the background on who I am and my current firm. So my name is Paweł Bochniarz, and I have known DJ here for more than a dozen years, and I think my adventure with tech transfer started in 2012 when I was working at PwC, and I was head of the innovation advisory team, and we had a big task to. PwC was contracted by the Polish government to help Polish research institutes, Polish Academy of Sciences, and the universities to help them commercialize, monetize inventions. And so this was more than a dozen years ago, and I was put in charge of that gargantuous task. Lucky enough, we worked with a very qualified team of UK advisors headed by Dr. Lisa Cowie, who spent a lot of time at Oxford commercializing science there. I really fell in love with the tech transfer area. For 2 years, we went throughout Poland, met most of the brilliant research teams that were working on something that could actually be commercialized. We managed to actually commercialize 11 technologies, which maybe doesn't seem like a lot, but in 2 years' time, I can tell you it was quite a task. And we've worked with aerospace technologies, software technologies, engineering, chemistry, what have you. So it was quite a deep dive into what tech transfer is, and that really inspired me to move on into that field. I left PwC. I actually went to MIT and met the legendary head of tech transfer there, Dr. Lita Nelson, and also met head of the MIT Center for Entrepreneurship. As MIT was then, and I think still is now, recognized as probably one of the most successful US or world universities in terms of successful commercialization. And together with the backing of these guys, we set up an accelerator called MIT Enterprise Forum, initially launched in Poland, but after a couple of years, it started serving deep tech startups from across CE. It's nowadays called Start Smart CE, and we also have Bulgarian startups joining the accelerator. So it's been quite a journey. And in 2017, I set up my first VC fund focused on deep tech. So that really completes my journey from being a tech transfer advisor through head of accelerator to a VC fund. And now this Radix Venture Partners is really an evolution of what I've been doing for the last 7 years now, working with deep tech entrepreneurs. We decided we just launched last July, so we have over 40 million euro of capital available to deep tech entrepreneurs. And today, what I would like to share with you is a little bit of experience, working with deep tech entrepreneurs, sharing what on the one hand side are like the challenges for supporting startups frequently coming out of academia, but also just giving you some reflections on what is really key for a VC fund like mine when we meet a deep tech startup. What do we look for? What are the critical factors that we are taking into account before we actually make an investment decision? So our vision is humble. We'd like to become the go-to fund for deep tech entrepreneurs across CE. So our domain is not just Poland. We are going to invest anywhere from the Baltic states down to Bulgaria, Romania. Although probably Poland will be an important part of our eventual portfolio. We bring in a unique experience in commercializing science. We have 3 PhDs on our team, an engineer and a CFO and a tech transfer consultants. So it's quite a unique setup, and I guess that distinguishes us from most VCs operating in the region. that background in actually in research and in commercializing research. So for those of you who wish to set up deep tech startups yourselves or who are in the business of supporting deep tech startups, I have two information. One is good, one is bad. And I typically, when I'm asked from my kids, if they come back from school and they ask me, I have two information, good and bad, what do you want first? I typically said, well, I'd like to hear the bad news first. Well, but I'll do the opposite now, so I'll start with the good news. The good news is that actually deep tech startups make a lot of sense and also economic sense. They can grow in value faster than other tech startups. And this is coming of, from a research based by Dealroom, published a couple of years back. What you see here on this graph is, this is the time axis. So years since seed round, so basically since the first money was poured into a startup, going from 2 to 8 years. And here you see, let's say, a measure of a startup value. It's actually specifically it says round size, so how much money is being raised in a particular round. And here you have these numbers in circles, and they indicate what is the number of the round, right? So so these three circles are close together, and they indicate second round since seed round, right? And of course, eventually for a startup to succeed and for the investors to exit, multiple rounds need to happen. These graphs end at 5. Sometimes it's even more before an IPO or an exit or to a strategic investor. But what you can see immediately is that for deep tech startups, if you look at the round 5, it's actually much higher value than for tech or even for biotech startups. I think for the biotech startups are take notoriously long time. 8 years is not sufficient for them typically to go commercial. The value appreciation is very high for deep tech startups, but on the other hand, you can immediately see that apart from, let's say, biotech startup, in comparison with other tech, they take more time to mature and go to market. And I would like to emphasize a little bit, where does this apparently long time come from? What are the root causes for that? So I think the key message is that deep tech startups tend to be much more complex and involve much more risk than other tech startups, and this comes from a number of issues. So I would actually start with market validation, because I think it was mentioned today quite a lot, the importance of drawing in industry companies being market driven, right? With deep tech startups, I think my lesson that I've learned is that whereas for companies that produce consumer innovation, a new watch, a new car, or a new app, it's the clients that actually decide whether this innovation is accepted or not, right? They vote with their wallets or with their clicks on the phone, right? It's simple. So it's a very simple validation model, and sometimes you can be surprised, what products are actually gaining in popularity and which fantastic innovations are somehow dropped. But eventually the client decides, right? For biotech, of course, the process is more complex to get the product validated, but it's a very well-known and structured process of clinical trials. Everybody knows how it's going, right? What the next step will be, what are the milestones, what do you need to do to get through? I think with deep techs, and it's more complex because typically these are B2B companies, So you have a new technology that is aims to disrupt an existing industry. And what do you do if you have, let's say, a new automotive technology? Well, you approach, the Toyotas, Volkswagens, Hondas of this world. And what kind of reaction do you think you get when you bring them something new? Well, mostly it's the, shrug of shoulders. And I'm half jokingly, you can say that, trying to sell new tech to incumbent players, companies who have made it to the top and are just keen to stay there, it's a little bit like trying to teach old dogs new tricks, right? It's not impossible, but it's not easy. And very often, innovation is simply, resisted, right? So actually, to successfully commercialize the technology in industry, you have to understand the competitive dynamics in a particular sector, because very often you go for the big names where you should do better by focusing on smaller challenger players. But this is another story. But market validation tends to be quite complex for deep tech startups, which adds to the fact to this long-term rollout of technologies. The second thing that we've noticed over the years is that with deep tech startups, we need to start with team enhancements. I mean, mostly what we deal with when we see new startups, new spin-offs coming out of universities, is teams that are very strong on the research side. But what we need as a VC is a team that is more balanced. We need strong science, we need strong research skills, but also we need people with business acumen who understand a particular sector, the driving factors, how the decisions are being made, who is making decisions to actually buy this innovation in that particular business, and what are they looking for? So this team enhancement has to happen quickly, and I think it was mentioned by Han in his presentation. They typically take 6 to 9 months to prepare a startup to work with industry, and that would also be my suggestion. Don't immediately go to a VC if you have an interesting technology. I mean, spend your time accelerating it, working with mentors, making sure that the team is complete. The third issue that contributes to complexity is IP strategy, and whoever had the experience of licensing out the technology from a university knows exactly what I'm talking about, right? And I think fortunately we've made a lot of progress, not just in the US, but also in Europe, in standardizing IP terms. I think it's a much more reasonable discussion today than it was 10 years ago, but it still can be complex, and often universities are trying to, well, let's not get into that, but it can be still a challenging discussion, right? Double dipping and so forth. And then the scaling issue. Well, we meet so often with researchers who come out of the labs and they think they have a technology which is ready, right? But just because something is working in a nanometer scale in a lab, it's not easily transferable to operational scale, to industrial scale. So we've seen it over and over again, and it applies to any kind of technology. A lot of startups, a lot of technologies that work well on a small scale just don't make it eventually to industry because something went wrong on the way. So one message I would like to say is that when you choose to go to a VC with your deep tech spin-off, make sure that you discuss not just the money, because you will need much more than money. You will need a lot of qualified support on the way. Starting with IP protection. Just because you have a patent written by a university patent attorney doesn't mean a thing, really. It's just a starting point. You will have to do a lot of work to make sure that you have a comprehensive IP strategy, and few people are better prepared to tell you about it than DJ here. And VC, if it's a deep tech VC, will also should also be able to support you in that. There are specialized patent attorneys in specialized fields that they'll give you access to, and fund your work around that because it costs a lot of money, right? Market validation is the natural next step. Once this technology is properly protected, VCs should also be able to open doors for you and tell you, okay, who should you speak with in the industry to get this technology tested, perhaps run a POC that will give you initial buy-in, initial validation. And then moving on to business development, scaling, and follow-ons. Obviously, VC's role can be quite huge. So my message here is, don't focus just on the money. Look for a VC partner that will understand your comprehensive needs as you go on. And then the last slide. What do VCs look for? Well, I'm sort of repeating what's been said already today, but I think this one has to be repeated all over again. First and foremost, we need to make sure that the technology you're coming to us with addresses a real problem. Over and over again, I've met with researchers who have fantastic technologies that solve a problem that nobody has. Okay, just because something is better, quicker, cheaper by 10% doesn't mean there's a market, there's a business case for that technology. Especially since VCs have tremendous ambitions. They would like your startup to grow 10, 100 times to make sure that they can compensate for the high risk they are taking. So incremental technologies are probably not, incremental improvements are probably not the type of technologies you should be approaching VCs with. So it's good if the startup team understands if this is a must-have technology. One of the areas we are looking at Radix is PQC, post-quantum cryptography, right? And this is driven by the quantum threat. We don't know when and if quantum computers will eventually be out there and be hacking our telecommunication connections or our code. But the regulations are in place already to make sure that the institutions like banks and public governments are ready for that threat by 2030. So it's great if the research team, startup team understands the regulatory framework, understands the standards that are being developed, so forth. Second thing, we need a strong team with credible research. We analyze research background of the team. We ask for papers. We ask for. We'd like to understand, what conferences were you going to? What kind of teams were you working with? So this is clearly important for us. Obviously, we look at patents or patent applications if they are there. The third thing is appreciation of the business side of things. I already mentioned the team. Preferably would like to have a co-founder with a business background, but that person can also join a little later. But there's also just a need for an appreciation of the fact that technology is not everything. I mean, the technology can be perfect, but if it's not sold in a good way, if it's not marketed in a good way, then you're not going to achieve anything. The fourth issue is clarity around IP. So we'd like to understand, that we have a full picture on the authorship and ownership of IP, and because of the fact that many research projects have been done by consortia of universities or research institutes funded by EU, these things can be very simple or extremely complex, and we need to understand. We'll make sure that ultimately the entire IP lies with the startup. And last but not least, we also investigate the competitive environment. So we really don't like a situation where we are approached by a startup, and it doesn't have to be a deep tech, a research-based startup that tells us there's nobody working on this. We are the only one. There's no competition. This actually tends to scare us off. Because if somebody else is working on this problem, then maybe this problem doesn't exist, or it's just, not very significant. Yeah. So these are things that maybe are obvious to you or not, but they clearly come from my personal experience. So thanks for the opportunity to be here with you, and I'm looking forward to our discussions later.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Well, when we have an experienced venture capitalist, things look very simple. Do you have questions to Pavel? Yes, there is a question.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Martin, and I represent TAC. I just wanted to ask, what is your perception? And your last slide was what VCs look for. Do you look for also for projects which have not only software, but also hardware solutions for societal challenges? You mentioned you want something to have a solution, but hardware seems to be less funded or more difficultly funded at higher price for the companies. What's your stance on it?
So actually, we from our first fund, we made 3 sort of outstanding investments, I can already say. One company is already sold, so and it was an IoT/AI startup, so actually a combination of software and hardware. The second company that is listed on the Warsaw Stock Exchange and just announced that it's moving to the main market in Warsaw is a chemistry company. So they are producing atoms rather than bits, and it's a spin-off from a university. So advanced chemistry. And the third one is about levitating trains. So again, an engineering technology bringing autonomous mobility to railway transport. So yeah, we do hardware.
Thank you. Well, I guess there are a lot of questions, and the usual suspects are ready for their questions. But gentlemen, I'm sure you that after all the speakers go through their presentations, we'll have special chairs for you to sit down, and the challenge for you will be to ask each other questions. So please remember your questions so that we make another incredible time for our audience here. Now, we move forward to bigger money. And we've been talking about millions now. Now we'll start talking about billions. And not only deep tech, but also dual use. So our next speaker is Patrick Schneider-Sikorski, who is the partner at NATO Innovation Fund. And we will be very interested in Bulgaria. We have 2 main questions to Patrick. How NATO Innovation Fund will invest in Bulgarian companies, and how Bulgarians VCs can collaborate with NATO Innovation Fund. Okay, and now
Thank you very much. I was planning to give a short presentation on the NATO Innovation Fund, and hopefully that will answer some of these questions more broadly speaking. But happy to take more specific ones afterwards, if that's okay with you. If you just bear with me 1 second, I have to share my screen.
Yes, we started with the questions because we're eager to know, but you start with your presentation and then all the questions.
Sorry, no, I can answer your question now. So, obviously we cover, which I'll get to in my presentation. We cover 24 countries across NATO, 24 European NATO members, of which Bulgaria is one of them. And part of our mission is to build capacity, as we say, and to invest in startups in regions where there is less venture capital than the usual suspects in Europe. And there's also, I guess, a less developed deep tech VC ecosystem. So in terms of how Bulgarian startups can access NIF funding, we don't have a specific challenge program per se, like some other organizations. We operate more like a traditional VC fund. So we look at deals across all markets, including Bulgarian. So I would say, in terms of how companies can access funding, I would just say reach out to the NATO Innovation Fund, and I will in my presentation I'll give a bit more information about how we operate, and maybe that will give you guys a better understanding of what we're interested in and what's most relevant to us. But if you bear with me, I'm having some problem with my security settings here, so I'm unable to share my presentation. Are you guys able to share it on screen? I sent it to you.
We will share it now. Just a second. It is on the screen.
Great. Is it up? I can't see it. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So could you go to the next slide, please? And the next slide. Yes, so the NATO Innovation Fund was set up by NATO headquarters, by the Innovation Unit, just over a year. We launched just over a year ago. So we are just over €1 billion fund, backed by 24 allies to secure, to foster and protect innovation across NATO, and to boost the collective defense, security, and resilience of the allies. So we're the world's first multi-sovereign venture capital fund, and one of the largest deep tech VCs in Europe. Next slide, please. So we have a more complex, I would say, but more mission-driven investment strategy than your typical deep tech VC, in that we, like normal deep tech VCs, we look for companies that can be commercially successful and can grow into a large market and deliver a financial return. But we also have these two other missions, which are to drive the adoption of these technologies by government, by the defense, security, and resilience community, and also other branches of government, and also drive the adoption in the civilian and commercial sector, and also to build capacity across regions that are less served than traditional venture capital, and particularly underserved by deep tech VC with less developed deep tech ecosystems. So we think that these three pillars of our mission are deeply interconnected, in that we can drive the adoption of these technologies within government, and we have access to adoption pathways, both within government and also more commercially, which in itself increases the commercial success of our portfolio investments. We also believe that by building capacity in regions that are less served by venture capital, we can crowd in more investment from local private investors and also from international VCs, which in itself increases the value of the companies and helps them grow into bigger, more successful businesses, and then in itself drives the commercial success. So it's a complex investment strategy, but it's, as I said, it's deeply interconnected, and we believe that we offer more than, not all VCs, but many VCs with our adoption pathways. So when we look at when we look at a deep tech company, we have a pretty good idea of where the demand signals for that type of technology will be within government, and therefore we have a strong idea of how we can actually make the company more commercially successful that way. So I would say that is one of our main differentiators, and one of our greatest strengths is adoption by NATO allies. Next slide, please. So why did NATO set up this fund? As I'm sure many are aware, and I believe founders and VCs in Central and Eastern Europe are probably even more aware than some of their colleagues further west. We live in a time of great change, great geopolitical shifts, and the security landscape has changed massively over the past few years, particularly in Europe, and particularly what's going on our eastern border. So we don't, although we believe that investing in technologies that can drive and foster the defense and deterrence of NATO is essential. We don't just invest in purely defense technologies. We see energy security and supply chain challenges as a huge geopolitical risk, and we believe that there are great technologies that can address that. We see developments in manufacturing and autonomy and AI as crucial to our defensive edge against our competitors. So that was the thinking behind the setup of the fund, was that traditional defense is, while incredibly relevant still, is not enough, and NATO needs to be fostering and protecting these technologies that will ensure that we remain competitive and we're able to protect ourselves and make our citizens more secure. Next slide, please. So, as some of the previous speakers have touched on in great detail, deep tech is very different, and it's the funding of deep tech is not like traditional tech VC. It takes a lot longer for companies to actually get to revenue and to get to market. That's why we set up this fund as a 15-year fund with a 10-year investment period. So we can come into companies and very early that are lower TRL and help them develop over a longer period of time. We have large pools of capital, so we have the ability to fund these companies for the long term. We can be patient, unlike other VCs. We don't need to force them to get to revenue prematurely. We really focus on the development of the technology and on developing unique capabilities and defensible IP. And as I mentioned earlier, we have our LPs as our governments as potential customers and adoption partners. So we really have a good understanding of what the long-term demand for a product or a technology will be before we invest. And then finally, we have an expert operating team. We have a number of PhDs who are experts in the technology areas that we invest in, as well as access to a network of thousands of researchers through NATO to really validate and due diligence the technologies that we look at as potential investments. Next slide. So, as I mentioned, we have these 24 countries. The main outliers in terms of LPs in the fund from NATO are our North American colleagues and France. So we can't invest in the US, Canada, or France, and also in our 5 NATO allies in the West Balkans. But in the longer term, we hope that all NATO members will join the fund as LPs and will be able to make investments there. Next slide. So these are the 9 emerging disruptive technology areas that we focus on at NIF. They're closely aligned with the other strategic technologies that the other governments and the European Union and the United States has identified as crucial to the collective defense, security, and resilience of their nations and of the broader alliance. So this is we believe this covers almost all of deep tech. So, we look at AI startups both on the software and hardware and chip level. We look at energy and propulsion technologies that can provide us with both energy security, but also provide propulsion capabilities to warfighters and to the defense community. Novel materials and advanced manufacturing that go into the supply chain of defense technologies. Autonomous systems and robotics, that's probably one of the hottest areas for pure defense tech VCs right now, as we've seen on the battlefield in Ukraine. Hypersonic systems, probably one of the most purely defense-focused technology areas that we look at. Quantum technologies, this is we look at quantum computing, but also other enabling technologies such as on the communications and software side, as well as post-quantum cryptography. Biotech, we look at, I would say, mostly synthetic biology and biomanufacturing. The only area of biotech that we don't invest in is very traditional life sciences startups. So we wouldn't look at things in areas such as rare diseases, but anything around biosecurity, biodefense, infectious diseases would be within scope. Next-gen communication systems, so that's everything from hardware to software, sensors, data sharing platforms, and so on. And then finally, space, which is a very, very broad sector. We look at everything from launch to satellite hardware, to sensors, to software platforms for Earth observation. Next slide. So we have the ability to both invest directly in startups, and we also have a fund of funds program. And the fund of funds program is very much focused on emerging regions and emerging managers. So we place special priority to VCs in regions such as Central and Eastern Europe and Southern Europe, where we believe that there could be more capacity and more investment, and where we see there's great science and technology, but maybe fewer examples of commercialization. And so our indirect program is very much focused on bolstering that. And then, as I mentioned before, we try to crowd capital in to our direct deals by investing with tier 1 VCs and other sovereign-backed funds. And we support the adoption of those technologies through our LPs and through our ministries of defense. Next slide. So this is a snapshot of some of the technologies that we've invested in. So Aquark is a UK-based university spin-out, which builds quantum sensors to secure critical infrastructure. So they're currently working with a number of our colleagues from ministries of defense to provide subsea sensing capabilities. Icomat, which is a new technology for producing carbon fiber that is stronger and lighter, and they're working both with the commercial sector and automotive, and with the aerospace sector. Fractile, which is also a university spin out of the University of Oxford, they're developing a new type of chip architecture that massively increases the speed of inference for running AI models and reduces the cost. And we believe in the long term we'll hopefully be able to provide sovereign AI capabilities for the allies. Then on the indirect side, a few examples are OTB, a great deep tech fund originating in Central Europe and Poland that's done some great investments in space tech, AI, cybersecurity. They were one of the early investors in ISI, which some of you may know. Join Capital, which is a Berlin-based fund focused on enterprise and industrial tech, and now with more of a focus on dual use. And Alpine Space Ventures, which is a specialist space VC. Next slide. So this is our team. These are the partners of NIF. There's myself, I have a background in deep tech investing, and prior to that, I was focused on security and intelligence. Chris, who comes from the military in the US, he was in the Air Force and worked for a deep tech dual use VC in LA, and Kelly, who worked for a top tier Silicon Valley deep tech VC and is now trying to replicate that success in Europe. Next slide. So just to recap, we are actually a 1.04 billion euro fund now. Our fund life is 15 years, so we can invest for the long term patiently. We have these 24 allies as LPs, but also as potential customers, and we focus on all areas of deep tech as identified by NATO as strategic. And we can invest from seed to Series B, so that's checks from anything from 1 million euros to 15 million euros. Next slide. Is that? Yeah. So again, long-term, large funding scale, deep knowledge and expertise, strong operating team and platform team, and we also have access to our colleagues at DIANA, which is the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, and to the Science and Technology Office for research and validation. And I think that's it.
Thank you very much, Patrick.
Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions to Mr. Schneider-Sikorski? No questions. Now we're talking about billions. People, come on. There is a question.
Just a quick question. Would you support the Bulgarian Air Forces, which is part of NATO, for search and rescue initiative that are not commercialized, but that involves a lot of investment for mid-air rescue? So if the Bulgarian Force works with non-profit organization to work on these projects, would that be possible? Would it have to be because it's not a commercial, but it will support the aviation industry in terms of safety in the air, because there have been precedented cases where hundreds of people have died due to the lack of this solution.
So in terms of our investment model, we have to invest, we can only invest in startups, so we can only invest in private companies. But the ways in which we could support the Air Force is if there were spin-outs of technologies and capabilities that have been developed by the Air Force and that then became private companies, we would look at them as potential investments. And also we can, in partnership with the Air Force, with the Armed Forces, we can potentially look for commercial solutions from the broader NATO deep tech market that could then provide capabilities. And if we thought that was a great solution that could also be applied across other NATO allies, we would consider it as a potential investment and then partner with them.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes. He was faster.
Hi, Florian Pon. In terms of investment in funds, you mentioned, will you ask to them the same temporality like yours, or you will ask them faster returns? So the investment time, it's still on 10 years among the 15 years of the existence of the fund or not? And additionally, are you imposing to them the same very nice and interesting schematics on adoption and building capacity you present in the first slide?
So, I mean, we believe that for deep tech, you do need longer time horizons and longer investment periods. However, we appreciate that we are somewhat unique in terms of our fund's lifetime and our investment period. So we would not impose that on funds that we invest in, but we would encourage it and we would like to see it. But it's definitely not a prerequisite for investment. And then in terms of adoption and capacity building, so we see the fund investments themselves as capacity building. So if we're looking at a new manager, let's say in Bulgaria, that had a unique insight and a unique team and set of skills, we would see that the creation of that fund or the backing of that fund as a capacity building exercise in itself. So we wouldn't kind of impose any particular requirements in terms of beyond just investing in great deep tech companies in your local ecosystem. And adoption, again, that's something that we would expect them to invest in startups and technologies that can be adopted by NATO and can be adopted by ministries of defense across NATO. But it would be our job to support the fund managers and their portfolio companies on that, as opposed to expecting them to do it themselves.
Last question.
Thank you. Thank you. Vasil Stoichev, Bulgarian Agricultural Academy, Sofia. I saw in one of your slides that you invest also in biotechnology. Can you please be more specific? What are you looking for in biotechnology, and is there any specificity regarding military applications? Because that is new for me, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll answer the last question first, because then it will, I think it's more specific and will give you a better idea. So the defense community is itself not that familiar with biotechnology, and there aren't the same sort of adoption pathways for biotechnologies that exist for other technology areas within defense. So we see, although there are examples of very specific applications in biotech, such as rapid detection of pathogens and perhaps distributed manufacturing of vaccines, that would potentially be adopted by ministries of defense. We see our biotech investment as more of a longer term, I guess, health security, and also energy security in some cases play. So we really want technologies that can scale up the production of things like vaccines, new types of fuels, protein sources, materials, and so on. And that can be anything from more engineering type businesses around biomanufacturing, or hardware businesses focused on I guess pathogen detection, to, I guess, fundamental biotechnologies that can, let's say, increase the yield for biomanufacturing businesses at a cellular level. So those are a few examples of the types of biotech that we look at.
Thank you. Well, we're running out of time, so thank you very much to Patrick. And you learned already that the VCs, the funds, are not only for the money. They come with their expertise, they come with their scientists, and most important, they come with the support for the commercialization and rapid adoption, right?
Yes.
Yes, which is part of the whole magic, and from time to time it's magic plus some art, as we started in the beginning of our Supersonic. And when we become transplanetary event, then we'll go to the next level from supersonic to hypersonic. Be sure about this. So in 10 years, we'll have our event with presence even from Mars. probably, maybe, we'll see.
Hopefully.
Hypersonic, it will become hypersonic then. Yes, thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you.
And now the last speaker in this session, the session with the money, as a colleague of mine joked with me, is Martin Taswakov, the representative of European Innovation Council. Martin, the floor is yours. Well, we have different approaches from the European Innovation Council. What did we learn and what are the results and the perspectives?
Thank you very much. Thank you. So good afternoon. I have the difficult task to be the last one before the lunch. I'll try not to bore you too long, but I believe that this will be a good opportunity for you to hear about the European Innovation Council. And I would like to thank the organizers and personally Vasil for inviting EIC to this event today. To your question from the beginning, is funding the key? Maybe it is not the only key, but it definitely makes it easier if you have a good system of funding. And well, my name is Martin Taslakov. I'm very honored to be in my home country. And I work for the European Innovation Council, in particular for the Accelerator program. And just in a few minutes, I'll try to go over what is EIC, what it has done in the past 4 years already. So you see some success stories. And I hope you get motivated to see what is the future, what is the work program 25, and where you can fit in and what you can use of this significant fund. So it's not only a fund. EIC is European Innovation Council. It's a council with a significant budget of 10 billion for a multi-annual framework, annual financial framework of 7 years until 27. And it's unique in a sense because it combines the good practice of DARPA from the US program together with an accelerator which helps to scale up. So what we have heard, what VCs do, we try to help it, to accelerate it, and to intensify crowdfunding with the help of a significant fund of the EIC. EIC have its own fund, which is of over 3 billion euro. It's also a significant amount for a 7-year period. And it is acting as an impact fund on behalf of the whole Horizon Europe. So it is a fund which combines policies of the Commission, which combines policies also of the regional agencies, but also of significant business players. So we have a focus on disruptive innovation, female-led innovation, and less innovative regions. So I hope these are keys that can indicate to you what is sought for. This is what is sought for. This is not what you are assessed on when you have a proposal. Well, we have a very good partnership with EIT, with the European Research Council, also with regional agencies, with Sofia Tech Park. And one thing which gives us a certain level of independence is that we prepare our own annual work programs. They are part of the Horizon Europe work programs. They are annually prepared. And they have a characteristic that they are top to bottom when we apply policies, but also a bottom-up approach, what we receive as a feedback. And here a very important role is played by the program managers. We have 12 program managers in key technologies for Europe. One of them will participate this afternoon. We'll present to you the space portfolio and the work program for next year. What will give you a sense what exists already in another 11 business regions which you can use. So you might have heard of EIC. So this is a very complicated, actually it's very simplified way to see the complexity of services offered by EIC. I started with the program managers for the bottom-up approach. Then we go through the 3 traditional instruments of EIC, the Pathfinder, Transition, and the accelerator, which actually fund projects in different level of maturity of their technology. When we start with the Pathfinder, with the lowest TRL, 1 to 4, then we have a transition and the accelerator. Accelerator is already giving an option not only for a grant scheme, which is very familiar for most of us, I suppose, but also for equity. And I believe that this is the big advantage of EAC. And you'll see this later on when you see what is the budget distribution for 25. Well, if you have seen this one a year ago, you haven't seen 2 additional steps which are new. This is the EAC step. EAC step comes at a later stage and it offers really significant funding of between 10 and 30 million euro directly equity investment without grant. And the focus areas you see, digital deep tech, biotech, clean tech. I think these terms come up very often in different VCs, also in MIF. So this is not something surprising, and it is something that it's really a priority for Europe and for the world, I suppose. Additional, I can tell you we have the business acceleration services. These are services offered usually to beneficiaries, but also people or applicants who have seal of excellence. And also the EAC prizes, which are for female entrepreneur, for innovative city. This is more for governmental representatives who would like to go for it. So the success based on data from last year, let's say. So we funded over 500 startups in the in the 3 programs, Pathfinder, Accelerator, and Transition. We did together with our advisor. The advisor of the EAC fund is the European Investment Bank in Luxembourg, with its headquarters in Luxembourg. And they did 100 investment rounds, and they managed through their investment rounds to mobilize 1.2 billion. This is a more political strategy, which actually demonstrates that the fund has its value and intrigues other VCs and other types of investors to go with your project. Maybe we'll hear this from other VCs, what is their feedback later today. And something key, what you might like is if you receive, for instance, €1 investment as equity from EAC fund, on average, there is a leverage effect of 3.5. So 3.5 euro would be received from other investors. So the leverage effect of EAC fund is significant because of its prominence, maybe because also it offers a grant scheme, which, as you know, is more or less free money based on a very well-known scheme of giving grant for a new technology. However, these are the statistics from 23, which speak for themselves, I think. I forgot to mention the previous slide. The big goal of EAC is to produce unicorns and centaurs. Unicorns having valuation of more than 1 billion. So far, we have 8 which managed to achieve it. It's not a small number because it's difficult to make a valuation of 1 billion for a company. And we have 150 centaurs. Centaurs have valuation of 100 million. Very impressive by itself. And 15 with valuation in the middle of $500 million. And I hope this was impressive enough so you're interested and you try to find where your project or your business, your technology can fit in. So in the next slide, I will show to you what are the EAC main goals in 2025. So coming in 1 month. You see the EAC Pathfinder with the lowest level of technology readiness, 1 to 4, offers a total budget of 262 million in different projects. The project with Pathfinders, with the Pathfinder are through consortia. So normally we have 2 or more scientific bodies and 1 spin-off of academia representative, or an independent SME if you team up. So it's important to network and to see where you might fit in as a startup. Then we have a transition with project value of 2.5 million given as grant again by EIC, and they have almost 100 million budget for next year, which will be given through two calls. The same is for Pathfinder. All three instruments, Pathfinder, Transition, and Accelerator, for next year have two cutoff dates. So meaning you have two opportunities to reach the final stage and receive the money. The third traditional instrument is the accelerator. I work for it. As you see, it has the biggest budget for next year of 634 million, so above $500 million, where we have a split between open call and challenge call. So on the last slide, I'll show you what are the challenges for both Pathfinder and Accelerator. The challenges are key technologies, which are identified by the Commission together with the member states, which are of priority for Europe to develop and to put money in. What is interesting for you to know is that usually there are less applicants, and if you fall into a challenge, in which you see in two slides, you have a better chance or a less competition and higher success rate compared to the initial stage. However, you are put in the frame of the challenge, so you cannot go beyond. If you go beyond, then you're in the open, where it's a big pool of very innovative projects. And there the success rate is lower, but this should not discourage you. I'll go fast through EAC step. This is the new call I mentioned briefly. This is a call for equity investment only, so more or less working as a venture capital. Keep in mind that the proposals are still assessed by the Commission, by EISMEA, and the implementation of the equity investment will be done by a bank, by the European Investment Bank, which will be the advisor of the Commission on these matters. So for next year, the budget is 300 million. Considering the tickets are between 10 and 30 million, we don't know how many will manage, how many companies. So it's not as broad as it is the accelerator. It's really focused for big tickets. And the purpose of each ticket between 10 and 30 million is to make a follow-on investment or crowdfunding of investment up to 150 million. So we really aim to help a few companies to scale up fast. Yes, and overall this will continue probably with the same budget for the next 2 years based on the success of the first year. And the intention is to have 1 billion by 2027, when is the end of the multi-annual financial framework. Here I give you something that is not on the official presentation of the EAC. However, it's important for next year, and it is the pre-accelerator. Maybe you have heard this comes as a feedback from member states who have less funding or have managed to receive less funding. This is also for deep tech startups. Here we have given the possibility to lower TRL, not 6 and above, but 4, 5, maybe 6 for technology to apply for funding. The funding is significantly lower than what traditionally EAC gives. As you see, it's between 300 and 500K. Still, it is a grant money, so it's free money. In the sense, it's not free money, but it is money for a grant. So you don't need to prove yourself as with a venture capital. So it's a only grant scheme. It has a focus on the widening countries. Maybe you can see the official white RAWP. Bulgaria is one of them. I would say Bulgaria is not performing bad as a beneficiary of the EIC, comparing to the neighboring countries in the region. We're good. Still, if we can benefit also from the pre-accelerator, this is a great opportunity. The application, because of the amount, is more simplified, so we don't have multi-level. It's a single-stage remote evaluation. You do not need to come for interviews. you still receive access to the business acceleration services, which in themselves can help you go to accelerator after that. So if you're successful there, they can train you to make a good proposal and to address the needs. And yes, the last point is you have fast track to the EAC accelerator, which is facilitated to some extent through business acceleration services of EAC or through your own measures that you want to use. Okay. So here are the promised challenges. So you saw 2 slides ago, we have 120 million reserved for challenges for the Pathfinder, and 250 million for 5 challenges reserved for the accelerator. Approximation, if you divide it by 4 by 3, you see how more or less is earmarked for the challenges for the next year. Some of the challenges are almost mutual between the 2 instruments, like generative AI. You have it in the Pathfinder, but you have it also in the accelerator. In the afternoon, you have the opportunity to hear a whole presentation on in-space servicing under the accelerator challenge. The rest of the challenges, I don't want to present each of it because it might be boring. You'll see this when you have chance, and they comply to some extent, to great extent actually, with some of the priorities of other funds and of the priorities of venture capitals. That's everything I wanted to present to you now. I hope I was not too long. Thank you very much. I invite you to check the website where you can have many more details about EAC, or if you need, you can contact me.
That's
Thank
about Martin. Thank you. And the floor is open for questions. Who asks a question can have a lunch after that, you know, the rule. Okay, you are the first.
Just a quick one. Is it in your charter support for dual use applications? Because in the past it was forbidden.
Yeah, indeed it was forbidden, and the work programs per se do not say it has a dual use application platform. However, in practice, this is not anymore the case. It is not implemented as harshly as it is. Of course, maybe we take into consideration the geopolitical situation. European Union cannot afford to be that ignorant. It might be forbidden. However, as you saw in the previous slide, we have space technologies. We have as a challenge, even as a challenge, so it comes top down. Yes, we have also other technologies, quantum computing, some
and generative AI.
Yes, everything can be. So it's not so much restrictive. It used to be in the beginning when you know the pre-accelerator phase. It used to be like really cut, while now it is tolerated to great extent. Even it comes.
What means dual anymore?
Yes, it's difficult to find the border.
Yeah.
Of course, if it is pure weapons, it will not fly. It will be killed. There is ethics check. What Kostadin said, there is also a security check by national experts, so this would not fly per se. But dual use, if it is with civil application, would most probably not have any issues.
May I? I want first to witness how good the IC is, and I want to recommend you to go and to apply. And I'm witnessing from my position, I'm one of the only, confirmed by Jean-David Malo himself. I'm expert for Pathfinder, I'm jury member for transition, I'm jury member for accelerator, I'm doing due diligences as well, and I'm also now mentoring for Scale Up 100. So I've been with them since 2018, and I'm witnessing with my 2 heads, France, the best country for EIC, and Romania, one of the lowest score in EIC, and indeed, Bulgaria is a little bit better than Romania. The success to apply at EIC consists in which are your national contact points, first of all. Have you heard about them? No, so they are not performant. Thank you. Second, which are your jury members from Bulgaria? I know, I know, I know. Where are them? Okay? Secondly, you're here. Good. Second, so you are here. And national contact points. The program manager, you have Stella, of course. And where are the good consultancy firms to write down good projects, well written? If these three guys are not working together, in France, it's a kind of industry. It's very structured, so that's why we have more than 20 startups per year taking money for each call in accelerator. You know, I'm used by the National Agency for Research and Technology to make all the, let's say, white pitches for the guys which had to pitch. They reached the pitches phases, and we are giving them support and wake-up calls telling, no, that's not a pitch. You will not get the money like this, so you need to do this and this and this. We train them at least 3 times in how to pitch for each laureate, okay? So that's why it's so performant, friends. Well, Romania, forget, nothing is existing. At least you have the jury members, you have the national contact points. They are generally based in ministries and things like that. Kick their asses to work, okay? And also you need good consultancy firms to write down the 80 pages of application. And it could work, really could work, because I've seen very interesting startups in Bulgaria. I remember I put 10 millions voting like this for a startup in new space, doing satellites by design. So maybe it was one of your 10 startups. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Endurosat, yes. I was jury member for them. So I was, wow, it's coming from Bulgaria. Whoa, nice done. So when you have the puzzle, the elements of the puzzle, you just need to complete it, okay, and reach the level of France success. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 other questions? Hungry bear doesn't pray hurrah. Okay.
You consider the transition fund as a technology transfer fund, right?
The EAC transition
Yeah.
element. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
For transition between Pathfinder to Accelerator.
Yeah. Do you consider that it's good to be included into the research projects in Horizon 2020, the activity and cost for technology transfer? Let's say preliminary activities for technology transfer, because the dissemination is not is not enough.
Good feedback. I will not take position on it because I'm presenting what it is. Personal opinion I cannot give.
Not allowed.
But I would advise for something similar to what Florian said. Give this feedback to the national contact points and to the people who come to represent the member states, because they have weight. We have our work programs multiple times stopped. So this is what can be done according to the rules. I agree with you. Listening to this presentation, especially the first panel this morning, I see the need of technology transfer. I don't see it because I am project officer. I work at a later stage of it. However, it's a very valuable input. I'll give it back, but you can work through the member states.
Financing the business model. Well, they don't finance the tech
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll continue with the the cosmic tech transfer you've never seen so far. The transfer from the venue room to the next. Where is the lunch? You're all welcome to the lunch. And come back, please come back at 2 o'clock when we continue with the dual use tech transfer. And we'll have a lot of interesting speakers. So it is not all for the day. We have more and more.
We used to watch when the sun goes down. We used to talk when the lights go out. Now we're in the dark, far apart, looking up at the stars. So much space where we are. But baby, I'll find you wherever, wherever. We'll come back
sight, I shine in a light, light up. Locked in a movement flow, round the room, yeah, you got me shaking up. Like the way we dance in place, you got me melting up. Then baby, you fine, fine, fine. It's not up for question, I'm losing my mind. You keep me guessing, search the whole damn world, won't find nothing quite like you. Then baby, you fine. Then baby, you fine, fine, fine. You, then we won't fit. Then baby, you fine, fine, fine. Rain on a windshield drive, doing old film lit on the greatest road. Smile a little crooked way that you're looking at. Gotta tell you something. Like the way we dance in place, you got me melting up. Then baby, you fine, fine, fine. It's not up for question, I'm losing my mind. You keep me guessing, search the whole damn world, won't find nothing quite like you. Then baby, you fine. Then baby, you fine, fine, fine. You, then we won't fit.
let's break the barrier again and continue with the third session of our event. Now, things must be doubled. So we are jumping in the deep, deep tech of the dual use. Dual, double, everything becomes very, very high, deep, and other type of tech and the technology transfer. And after we had very nice presentation from Mr. Schneider-Sikorski, you remember the first, the previous session from NATO Innovation Fund, he mentioned that NATO Innovation Fund cooperates very, very, in a very, very good way with Diana. Diana stands not from these songs, Diana, 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 but it stands for Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic. And I would like to invite Miss Emma Ryan to tell you more about Diana and the experience, because Diana already had a very successful first round with companies which and part of which entered the second round of financing, the first 30 and then 10 out of the 30. And this year is the second round for the second cohort of Diana. So, Emma, the floor is yours.
Wonderful, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear and we see you perfectly.
And can you see my presentation?
Yes, it is on.
Fantastic, thank you very much. As I say, yep, my name is Emma Ryan and I'm a challenge manager at Diana. Today, I'll be presenting on an introduction to Diana for those of you that aren't familiar, and hopefully demonstrating how it overcomes the challenges that face technology transfer of dual-use technologies. So just a brief agenda, I'll be giving an overview of the Diana program. I'll then be going into a little bit more detail about cohort 1, which is happening this year, cohort 2, which is happening next year, and then future cohorts where we'll be at what we consider steady state. I'll then talk about how to engage with Diana, not through just applying to Diana, but other opportunities as well. And at the end, I hope to answer any questions you may have about Diana that I haven't been able to address in the presentation. So first, an overview of Diana. So thank you very much for that introduction. You covered it quite nicely. So Diana is the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, and it's a part of NATO that was established along with the NATO Innovation Fund as part of the NATO 2030 agenda. And really its purpose is to locate and accelerate dual-use innovation across the alliance. And part of the focus is resilience. So resilience both of NATO and NATO allies itself to build a sustainable ecosystem, which I'll come on to, but also ensuring that we have resilient innovators as well. And that's why we've decided to focus on dual-use technology. Now, the resilience of the innovators is built into dual use because it means not only do they have a defense market, but when that defense and security market is slightly weaker, they then have the civilian or the commercial market as well to ensure that they survive as a company and they don't just rely on the defense market. Now, for those of you familiar with defense and security, procurement can be quite cumbersome. It can take a very long time. And that doesn't lend itself to innovation or to startups or to agility or to the kind of things that we now need given the technology we have and the changing world. And that's also why Diana was set up, to overcome those very cumbersome procurement processes that lie in defense forces. And the way it does this is a variety of different aspects. So the Diana team that I'm part of sets up the program and supports the innovators. And we have offices across the UK, Estonia, and Canada. We also have 13 accelerator sites across the allied nations, and they provide training modules on how to commercialize your business, on how to develop your technology, but also provide that expertise and experience of the defense industry as well for those that may not have it. So a bit more familiarity about how to accredit your technology for defence, about how to deal with different defence forces, and also gives you exposure to defence forces as well. We have over 200 test centres, which I'm going to come on to, 4 of which are in Bulgaria. And the test centres allow you to develop your technology, increase the technology readiness levels, but also could be the site of demonstrations as well to potential customers. So demonstrating your technology successfully and showing off all its capabilities. We have over 1,700 experts and mentors to help innovators, both commercial, defence and technical. So not just focusing on technical development, but also how to scale up your product, how to market it to venture capitalists, and also how to make sure that your solution is relevant for defence. As I previously mentioned, we provide exposure to defence forces, to military end users, and we allow our innovators to have access to those defence markets in a way that those startups traditionally may not. And finally, a key part of what we provide is access to venture capitalists and other investors. And I'll come on to kind of a few success stories around that. And although we are legally separate to the NATO Innovation Fund, we do have links to it and allow access to the NATO Innovation Fund as well, which is kind of the venture capitalist arm of NATO. Now, a key part of our innovation program are the challenges, and these are set by Diana's strategic direction, our board of directors, which is representatives from the 32 allied nations, and also other relevant stakeholders. And this allows us to define the challenge statements, which are problems or needs that come from our relevant stakeholders that need overcoming with emerging and disruptive technologies and innovation. You'll then take part, the successful innovators that get through, then take part in an acceleration program where they'll get to test and develop their solutions. And ultimately, this helps NATO build the ecosystem with new and exciting technologies. So just a brief few comments on the test centers, because I think this is a key part of what Diana can provide. And it also allows access to military test centers that civilians couldn't access otherwise. They have a variety of different capabilities, as you'd expect with over 200 test centers. This includes obtaining relevant cybersecurity accreditation. We have a test center that allows you to test satellite technology. And we also have test centers that they don't just simulate the marine environment, you can test in the marine environment and have that operational environment in which to increase your technology readiness level. As I previously mentioned, we do have 4 Diana test centers in Bulgaria, and you can see them stated there, including the Tech Park, which is hosting us today, which is wonderful to see Bulgaria contributing towards the Diana program. So I'd just like to briefly go over the cohort 1 challenge program. So that's currently ongoing. We've done the first phase, which is known as boot camp, which is really focused on developing and maturing the technology. And phase 2, which is known as the grow phase, is currently in action, focusing on kind of commercializing and scaling up the technologies. Just a bit more detail on the accelerator program for those of you that aren't familiar. For phase 1, innovators are given €100,000 to develop their technology, to attend Diana events, and kind of just spend the budget however they want, but ensuring that they get the best value out of it. Now, we are aware that €100,000 isn't a lot, which is why we offer those other benefits that we mentioned, such as the access to the test centers, access to evaluators and mentors, all of which is more value than you can get from the Diana program. And then in the grow phase, you get about €300,000, which again is focusing on developing your technology, but also scaling it up and commercializing it as well. So last year, we focused on 3 challenges: energy resilience, sensing and surveillance, and secure information sharing. And we addressed specific problems. For example, in sensing and surveillance, we were very specific about sensing the coastal undersea environment. This year, we have gone slightly broader, and I will come on to that. But this is what the first cohort addressed. So it was quite a competitive process. We were expecting kind of hundreds of applications. We got 1,300. And because of that, we went from 30 companies to 44 because we had so many excellent applicants. As I mentioned previously, they got €100,000 funding and had access to the mentor and expert, the mentors and the experts, and also the test centers as well. So here you can see all the companies that were part of the first cohort, and those in bold are the ones that have made it through to the grow phase. They address a variety of different things, such as kind of phased arrays in comms, quantum computing, all sorts of semiconductors for space. So there is a very broad range of technology here, and you can find all these organizations on LinkedIn and online if you're interested in finding out more about them. But I'm going to skip past this if that's okay. So just some key outcomes, just so you can see the impact that Diana is having. So one of the most interesting things to come out of Diana is the fact that some of these innovators ended up collaborating together, and that would never have happened without Diana. So they all had part of a solution or part of a system, and Diana brought them together to make sure that they had a full system. For example, we had underwater vehicles, autonomous underwater vehicles that collaborated with sensing companies to have that complete system and to solve those problems that we were hoping to address, which was really, really interesting to see. Another key outcome that the innovators got out of Diana that they fed back to us was the fact that they now consider themselves a dual-use company, and 80% of them engaged with end users, with the defense industry, which was great to see. And a similar amount was introduced to private capital as well. So we're seeing real quantified impact here, which was wonderful to see. And then there's just a few numbers around the events and other benefits that you get from Diana. Just a couple of highlights I'd like to touch on. So you may have seen that Aquark Technologies, one of our innovators, has received £5 million in investment funding led by the NATO Innovation Fund. We're particularly proud of this because we didn't expect it to happen straight away, and it did, which is wonderful to see. You can also see a few of the innovators that demonstrated at the Future Forces Day in the UK, and again, were put in front of a variety of different end users and got to demonstrate their technology in a way that wouldn't be available to them otherwise. So just briefly coming on to the Cohort 2 challenge. So we're currently undergoing the final selection to address these 5 challenge areas. And we also have a few cross-cutting themes as well, such as space, resilience, and sustainability. I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but just mention that we have increased the number of challenges to 5 to include human health and performance and critical infrastructure and logistics. And when we're at steady state, we imagine there will be 10 challenges in total. And this means the number of innovators has gone up as well. So we have about 15 innovators per challenge area. So we've gone from 45 to 75. Here you can just see the kind of timelines that we're talking about, and this will be relevant if you decide to apply next year as well. So the challenge call runs for about 6 weeks, beginning in the summer, and you're notified whether you're selected around this time in November to start in January of that year. And this should be very, very similar for if you decide to apply for the 2026 programme. So I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but just to give you an idea of the timescales. And we're currently in this bit here, down selecting our companies. So a bit about the evaluation process. We've tried to make it as straightforward as possible, so it's not too cumbersome for people to apply. There is a short form proposal. So this is a 1-pager known as a quad chart, where you summarize your solution. There's then a 4-page long form proposal where you go into a bit more technical detail. And if you pass through these steps and get to our final, you'll then present to an evaluation panel consisting of both Diana staff and external evaluators as well, to talk about your solution and why Diana is valuable and right for you. So I'd just like to mention, as I said, that Cohort 3 challenge programme that we're starting in 2026 will have 10 challenges. So that's double the amount we have this year. It's quite a considerable amount, and it will be quite specific challenges and problems that we're hoping to solve here as well. So there'll be an opportunity to apply for the challenge programme for 2026. And we look forward to applications from Bulgaria. So I'd just like to finish on this. Apologies, I don't have a watch to hand, so I don't know how much I'm running over, but just to touch on how else to engage with Diana. As I mentioned, you can apply to the challenge call, which should be opening up in July next year, and that is one way to engage. But there are various other ways to engage as well. The accelerator programme is not the only way to take part in Diana. We also have a rapid adoption service, which is for those slightly mature technologies that are already at the TRL kind of 8 or 9 that can go directly to selling to end users and selling to NATO. So we offer that as well for appropriate organizations. You can also get involved in the various events that we have, such as innovator workshops, outreach days, demonstration days. We're always looking for input and feedback into our challenge program and problems you may be having or problems that need solving and relevant emerging and disruptive technologies to solve those. And we're always looking for mentors as well. So these are not just technical mentors, but commercial mentors and end user mentors as well. So there is a variety of different ways to get involved with Diana, including joining the team as well. So I would just like to say thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to any of your questions, and I hope I've not run too much over.
Thank you very much. Applause for Miss Ryan. I take the chance to ask you the first question, if you allow me. You have gone through several hundred of applications in the last couple of years. So, what is one advice to the companies who apply, which you're willing to give them?
Oh, I have so much advice. I've been reviewing a lot of applications recently, and there are definitely things that make a good application. The most important thing, I think, is clarity, and that's clarity around a number of things. So clarity around what your solution actually is. We see a lot of very vague applications that just say AI to do this, whereas a bit of detail around what your product actually looks like, what it actually does, is very, very valuable, I would say. Another aspect that makes a good proposal, we are not looking for a perfect solution. We are not looking for a perfect company. We are looking for technology that needs development and also for companies that need development. So by understanding your, I'm not going to say weaknesses, but the company and the solution's areas of improvement, areas they need to develop, and also the risks involved with your technology development and with your company, by identifying those risks and understanding them, that actually gives us more confidence. It one shows how you could benefit from Diana, what you'd get out of the program, but also shows that you understand your own limitations and areas of improvement, which is actually demonstrates maturity. So I'd say that's a massive benefit, as a massive aspect of a good proposal. And the one final thing I would say is just make sure that what you're proposing actually addresses the challenge. So the challenges tend to be quite broad at this point, but we are, for example, I need to see that solution addresses something in critical infrastructure and logistics, but not only addresses and solves a problem, but properly, I'm going to use the phrase, moves the needle. So would have make a significant change to how we protect critical infrastructure, whether that be kind of underwater communication cables, power plants, supply chain, water treatment, anything like that. I really am looking for something, one that solves the problem, but solves it in a really exciting, really innovative, very novel way. We're not looking for solutions that are already on the market. We're not looking for solutions that already exist. We're really trying to protect against future threats and really do game-changing things that, as I say, move the needle. So that would be my 3 bits of advice.
Thank you. Now the floor is open for questions. Are there any questions from our audience? Come on, 1 question, 2 questions. Second question, third question. Yes, there is 1 question. The auction starts.
Yes. Hello, you mentioned the last thing, I liked the future, to predict the future challenges, and that's more like the AI, but can we apply for something that is just a future challenge, that we think is a future challenge based on some data? Would you take it so seriously in this case?
So we're looking for, it's a really good question, thank you, and I hope I understand it correctly. So we'll define the challenges, we'll define the things that we're trying to solve, but we're looking for a variety of solutions, both the rapid adoption, the near-term problems and challenges that we're observing, but also those future ones as well. So for example, that's why we have space as a challenge. NATO and other organizations very much consider space one of the next frontiers, particularly when it comes to defense and security. So although it isn't currently, we are looking for technologies and solutions that will ensure that space is a safe and secure place to be. So we will define the challenges accordingly and make sure that we have a range of near-term and long-term challenges. And that will be based off both our internal strategic direction, which comes from the board of directors, but also a variety of other inputs, such as stakeholder engagement. And our stakeholders are not just the military, defense forces and primes, but also civilians, experts in the field, industry, academia. And we'll also look to them to advise us on areas of emerging and disruptive technologies. Us as challenge managers, we don't know everything. And so we do look to external sources to advise us as well about future and emerging threats. As you say, it is predicting the future, which I wish, I'm sure we all wish we could do, particularly if it came to lottery numbers, and we're not able to. So we are relying on a number of different sources and our own sort of critical analysis about what we think the future threats are going to be. And we do look for technologies that will solve those. So we're not necessarily looking for technologies that will be ready tomorrow. We do also consider those lower end technologies, particularly if they're game changing. I hope that answers your question.
Oh. Turn it on. Okay. Hello, my name is Christian Filipov. I just wanted to ask you for the challenge. I'm talking about critical infrastructure. I guess here Diana is focusing on economic security. You could talk a little bit more about that, about critical infrastructure, disruptive technologies that protect critical infrastructure. And my other thing, it's not actually a question, if you could go into a little bit further detail with about your collaboration in Bulgaria, what you're doing at Gates, Sofia, Tech Park, and so forth.
Of course. So I'll try and address critical infrastructure and logistics a bit. With defense, although economics and money obviously does come into it and it has to be economically viable, we have a variety of other metrics that we use, such as operational readiness. So operational readiness is how, operationally ready you are, how ready you are to get onto the battlefield, for example, or other kind of domains. And so this is going to sound really trite and really patronizing, but you can't put a price on human life. So that's why we tend to use metrics like operational readiness. If it makes the world more secure, more safe, if it saves lives, then we're interested in that rather than the commercial side of things, say in civilian markets where they're interested in like how much profit it can make them and the financial side of things. So that's part of why Diana has been set up, to give that understanding that it's not just profit that's of interest, it's a variety of aspects. Now, critical infrastructure and logistics is quite an interesting challenge, whereas the others are more kind of, I would describe them as technologies themselves. So sensing and surveillance, sensors themselves are technology. Critical infrastructure is not quite a domain, but it kind of is. It's an operational field. The critical infrastructure itself tends to be physical locations, and we're using technology to make them more secure. So it differs from the other challenges in that regard. And there's a lot of overlap, say, with sensing and surveillance, data and information sharing, because critical infrastructure may be those like data cables under the sea. And so there's overlap there. And so we are looking not just at like physical protection, so, underwater drones for pipes and things like that, but also aspects of supply chain as well. As we saw by the pandemic, now that we've got a global supply chain, it's actually very, very fragile. And there's ways to make that more robust and more resilient. And that can be through like software and things like that. It's not just like physical products. There's other ways to do it. There's ways to make logistics more efficient. There's a variety of things there. Another key part of critical infrastructure, I would say, is we're seeing a lot of disinformation now. So there's actually kind of psychology and that side of technology as well that we need to consider. You know, disinformation could put a huge strain on some of our critical infrastructure, such as like hospitals and things like that. So we're not just looking for these pure products that are physically protecting critical infrastructure. It goes deeper than that. We're looking for innovative solutions that can help address disinformation and other aspects. But as I say, we don't know everything, so we try and make the challenge quite broad, and we look for the answers that people bring us. We try not to solutionize, we try not to come up with the solutions ourselves, just the problems. I hope that somewhat answers your question. And then you had another question, which collaboration in Bulgaria. Yeah, so as I say, we're very happy to have 4 test centers as part of our network. We also have mentors and evaluators from Bulgaria as well. And what we are hoping for is more representation from Bulgaria. So that's part of why I'm attending this event. I'm also hoping to run dedicated sessions next year about how to write a good proposal so that we get the best technologies from all countries across the NATO allies, including Bulgaria. We are aware that because the process and the program is in English, that does hold certain disadvantages. And so we're hoping to address and overcome those next year. And we've been doing activities this year as well.
Next question from my side again.
Yep.
In your schedule, in which period you have 2 or 3 free days so that you come here to Sofia? It's about the time to come to Sofia. Emma, you've been a couple of times already online, so it's about time to come here and meet all the interested people, because one life will not be enough to ask all the questions and tell all the answers. Thank you very much, Emma. So plan to come to Sofia next year, 2025. Okay. And as Emma started with the Diana and the dual use, we continue with the dual use with one of the top scientists in Europe who did tech transfer and dual use and a lot of other magics. So, Mr. Foreign Pound, which you've already seen with several interactions so far. So, Foreign, the floor is yours. Another life will not be...
Are you sure? Give me the floor, because
another life will not be...
if I'm not enough provocative, you will see now. So I don't know if Emma, thank you. I don't know if Emma is still connected, but please send my salutation to Professor Dipchana in case of, and I seen Stella was connected too. So hi Stella, we met at TIC several times, and please send my salutation to Jean David. Now, Professor Nash, who just got out, he spoke about Deep Valley, a valley of death, yes? Well, I'm here I took the challenge that Vasily proposed me to speak about dual-use tech transfer. Just to tell you, the valley of death, the Death Valley, it's even deeper and larger and wider when you are transferring dual use. Okay, so that's really a challenge, because as the tech transfer, it doesn't work very well for normal technology. You could imagine for the dual-use technology, it's even worse. So now I'm signing like chief scientist and partnership officer for an industrial group, which is Eurasia, and we are building everything under the wings of Rafale or F-16 jet fighters, like pillars, release unit, ejectors, things like that. We are also one of the world leader in scoring and targeting systems to train the jet fighter pilots. But I will share with you what I try to learn, and I'm still learning daily, I would say, while practicing this job. For my more than 300 ventures I've seen in innovation, from TRL3, TRL2 even, up to going and scale up into the market, yes? So I will start to speak. he asked me to do it in 15 or 20 minutes. I will try. It will not be enough to share with you about 300 projects where I was deep hands-on. I'm also theoreticians of innovation economy, so with some publication in Journal of Innovation Economics, a Journal of Knowledge Transfer, and so on. And I will promise at the end you will have a full biography with things to be read if you want. But let's move. Doesn't work. Still not. I'm too far. So I will change my position here. Doesn't work. Still not. No. And it worked. We tested. Yeah, now it's good. You restart the device. Sorry. I know. Yeah, that's the difference between proof of concept and the demo tech in TRL6 in operational conditions. Yes. So we missed the audience. It's still not working. So you've seen how many animations there are. You will be condemned to do it. It should work, but it doesn't work. Manual regime. You have a backup. Yep.
Well, you see that the valley of debt is very,
There's
very
still no, when you want to
deeper.
sell the product, it doesn't work.
Even with the presentation, it is not that easy.
Don't worry. So could you do it manually for me, or I could push the button here each time? I will be here and I will push the button myself. No problem. Yeah. Great. It worked indeed. I acknowledge we tried to be sure that it's working. Well, it's only 10 slides, but very, very complex. So if I'm putting it like this, you will not understand. So that's why. Yeah. Yeah. Now it seems to work. This one. Advance and back. Okay, good. So as a summary, I want to pass together with you through 3 fundamentals. So what means value distribution chain, how to assess something into the market, and how to switch on other markets, in fact. Because you will see we don't have any more channels. I published this, I noted, I name it, I baptize it the mango forest of value distribution, and it rose me up in 6 months 150 citations. So I say, goddamn, Pareto, the law of Pareto is working. The innovation trajectories for dual use with some examples I handled, and some proposed tools for tech transfer, okay? First, what means a value distribution channel for you? So it's the way of how the money is flowing, yes? We give here an example where I'm operating in since 30 years, so that's why I know him very well. But just let me ask you a question. For 100 euro, you pay to sit in Air Bulgaria. Do you know how much is going to airline? It's 100, but how much is going to the aircraft manufacturer? I just come here with an Airbus brand new 220, which is a former Bombardier. But how much is going from 100 to Airbus? This is about innovation. This is about how the value is flowing. And I really appreciate your talk, Pavel. If you don't understand who will gonna pay you for what, forget about innovate. Forget about tech transfer. It doesn't work, okay? Tell me from who you will have your first penny and why he will pay for your product or service, okay? So, and then they decide for what will be the technology on board from the corporate research center or from NASA or from R&D centers and universities. It's how the money are flowing. I used to be innovation director for the French NASA equivalent, so I intended to understand where I am, where I'm operating, and how much money I have from your handed while you are sitting in a plane. Well, the answer was only 2 cents. But in order to answer 2 cents for the French NASA, which allows to Airbus to build such a beautiful planes. It was not the case that 220, it was more École Polytechnique or Montréal who held Bombardier, but it's only 7 euro going to Airbus. Huh? Just a hint. Do you know how much is taking Amadeus by selling tickets? At 80% of the IATA registered companies. And there you will say, whoa, and you will discover that the market is not equitable. Fair. Because we are taking 2.5. A third of a plane just by selling the ticket. You know now why you need to understand the value distribution chain? Because if you don't understand it, you will never sell it. You will never innovate. You will never do tech transfer. What is your value distribution chain? Okay, just to highlight the vertical competition everybody's speaking about, but the most important competition is the vertical one. Because myself, I was here and I said, God damn, all these bastards are letting me only 2 cents. Suddenly, you start to understand that doing business, it's another type of job as doing research. And the only thing you want, bastards, I'm coming for your money. Because it's mine too, okay? So, luckily, here we create IP exclusivity. And remember what our VC witnessed. I want you to have a structured IP strategy, and I am investing in you only if you have exclusivity. Why? Only the IP exclusivity, it's allowing you to win levels on the vertical competition, to go for more money. Because if not, your selling price will be a cost for the supply chain manager. Only if you are critical. There, he will pay the fair price. So that's why the investors are looking for this. Everything has a justification. Good. Well, it's no more like this. It was historically, you see, here upstairs. It was historically. Why? Because they are asking to their strategic partners to develop subsystems. Okay? So they are asking, Airbus are asking to Zodiac, to Safran, to develop their own solutions. Okay? Additionally, you know, this is the hugest bug ever in businesses. The maintenance is 15% compared to 7%. Let me insist on this. You are buying a new Renault car. Very happy of your new car. You pay 20,000 euro. And now Florian is telling you, that's very good. You will pay 45 just to maintain and repair it. And you see, whoa. Florian, I'm not stupid. I will change twice the car with this money. Well, this is what's happening in aerospace. Maintenance is more than double. And it is a genius guy in business model understanding called Michael O'Leary. He founded Ryanair, and he said, no more maintenance. Oh, security. You don't get it. I am operating only brand new aircraft. He still has the newest fleet in the world. And Airbus and Boeing were not successful to provide him less than 3 years plane to not do big maintenance. So you know what he's asking for? He's not buying aircrafts anymore. He's not leasing aircrafts anymore. He's asking for, no, even not leasing, You know what he's asking to Airbus? Please sell me million of units of kilometer and passenger availability. I'm mobility provider, point A to point B. Done. So that's why I have a strategic partnership with Uber. I'm picking you up from your domicile to the airport. I'm flying you over the Europe, and I'm putting another Uber, and I also rent to you the room where you will sleep in Dublin. Good. It starts to work. It starts to understand how the value chain is operating. And you know what CFM is selling to him? Engines? No way. Thousands of millions of units, kilometer, Newton. Wow. Okay. He completely dramatically changed the business model of an aviation company. Going further, services and so on, you need to have your low cost, and if not, you will not win money. But just to insist here, Amadeus, 2.5% with 70% margin, compared with Airbus with 10%. Amadeus is putting 1.5 euro for each 100 euro you pay into his pockets, compared to Airbus, which is putting only 70 cents. When they do 10%, they are very happy. Yeah? You see how it's flowing? It's how the value is distributed. And by the way, it's completely going into a value distribution tree. And I'm telling you that the value distribution tree starts to be connected due to Professor Chesbrough open innovation model. All these funnels here are not more sealed. Since 2004, she showed that everything is over perforated. Everybody could get inside your programs and become suppliers. As soon they propose to you a tech demonstrator, your program manager could integrate him inside and reach the target faster. Open innovation do not allow a corporate to spend less money, but they allowed a corporate to win time, okay? Which is time, money. Okay, because all these are perforated, well, you know here, who's providing the cockpit for the most trendiest business jet I call Dassault Falcon? Who developed the cockpit for them? You will say Thales, Rockwell, BMW design office. Wow. And the governments are still speaking about aerospace, about automotive. Yeah, good. Everybody is connecting to everybody. Okay? Maritime also. And you have the financial service everywhere. And you have the digitalization everywhere, like Paletouvier roots. That's why I call it mango forest to distribute the value. And it's a kind of enchanted forest because things are so complex and so fast that as soon you turn the head, somebody else connect with somebody else from outside his sector, okay? This is the world we are living in anymore. We are not living in a bamboo forest. We are living in the mango forest. It's over. More complex, more accelerating. Everything is going faster and more complexly architectured. But this means a world of opportunities. You are not more supplier for automotive. You could be supplier for drugs and medicine. You'll understand it's working. It's really working. You have a tsunami of digital transformation for sure. We are only at the beginning, I think, with everything impacting us already. And I'm still waving my words. We are only at the beginning. Okay? It's like, you know, I have no time, sorry. Some examples. Dynamic pricing for airlines. Amadeus. Bam, 2.5%. Directly, with only a software. Twice more money than Airbus in his pocket, okay? Onboard connected pods. Could you sell a car? Tell me if you are selling a single car with not having a touch pad inside, which is connected through a mirror to your smartphone. And by the way, you are car manufacturer, yeah? And you could not sell any more car without having a connected pad inside. Wow, let me tell you something. The autonomous car is coming. Only the regulation is impeding this, but it's coming. And you know what the deepest impact which will gonna be? Everybody wants to possess now his Mercedes because it's a social object, the car. When you will not drive it anymore, it will still be a social object? No, it will become an utility object from point A to point B, okay? So tell me, you are Mercedes. What about your business model? You will not sell anymore the car, you will sell kilometers. So either you become fleet manager, either you are dying, okay? So just to tell you how deep the impact will be on a business model and economy, okay? Well, we are getting in dual use with Blue, big data analysis and developments for satellite use. I was speaking with friends in the back room. Yeah, you know, new space, Earth observation is dual use. Absolutely it's dual use, but they don't give me the money if I'm saying that it's dual military, you know. Don't say it. So easy. Say that you are going only for civilian use. It's easy. The guys bringing you money from grants are public officers. Do you think they are smart? I'm sorry for the public officer in the back. They are not necessarily smart. I'm sorry to tell you. If not, they are doing a business and they are winning much more money, okay? Just tell them TerraSigna, it's a Romanian company and it's a leader in Europe in data satellites usage. Well, just to tell you, deep tech, it's agnostic to the usage. It's a hammer dangerous? A hammer, it's a hammer. It's an inanimated object. But if I'm seeing only clues in front of my eyes, yeah, the hammer could be very dangerous. It's the same paradigm of the technology. Is technology dangerous? No, it's agnostic to the usage. But it could create disruption in the birth fields. That's the dual use, okay? Defense, aerospace, ground, navy, cyber. Just the 4th armies in the NATO standardization. 4th armies, based on deep tech, based on root source generic technologies. And you are speaking about dual or everything who's moving on ground, in air, on sea, could be a weapon. So why speak again about dual use? Everything is dual use in the mango forest. And we are in the mango forest, no more in a bamboo forest, okay? So just a message to the governments and politics and decision maker. Guys, stop speaking about dual use. Speak about technology, about deep tech, okay? How to go in a market. Some examples. I remind you this. Have you ever understand to what it's serving this point? So you are program manager, you program with internal teams, and suddenly someone is going outside from your tube. Hi, boss, I want to make a spin-off in hybrid electrically assisted bicycling. You bastard, I count on you. That's old boss. You good, I will help you. Go. Why? It's a time to market reduced sector. Go through this and come back, and we're gonna build the hybrid car because you already have sales in bicycling market, which is a reduced time to market, okay? It's not me, it's Professor Cheslow who said it. but I give some examples because I successfully applied this. In Onera, we developed LiDARs to monitor wing vortexes. Why? Americans try to forbid the 380 to fly over because it's too big and the others have to go at 25 nautical miles, not 50 nautical miles. So cut the competitive advantage. And we demonstrate that a Boeing 747 is making more vortexes than the A380. So, okay, so we allowed you to, okay. So we developed this for that. But with Leosphere, he asked us if, in spite of monitoring wake vortex, we could simply measure winds for wind farm prospections. How you assess if you will put a windmill here, how much it will produce. You need to measure winds. And you know how you measure winds? Previously to the EOL, which was the first easy LiDAR cube to measure the wind. Very, you need a 120 meters mast. You need 3 guards because the citizens are cutting the, because they don't want a windmill there. Okay, so, and so on. So he blew up the sales with 20 millions per year. He created 120 jobs. And by the way, I had some questions. We don't transfer patents. Sorry, sir. We don't have patents. Why? Because we will never disclose to a Chinese how to do performance LiDARs. So we keep this secret for us, and we transfer the secret know-how to the company who create the best LiDAR in the world. And and afterward, they come back and they sell it to airports to monitor the wind shearing on the runways. Okay? Why? Because they were solid enough through this 20 million sales per year in order to sell 1.5 million euro per LiDAR when coming back in aerospace. Okay? Well, here you have some porous titanium. Porous titanium with controlled porosity in dimension and in opening, more than 60% open porosity, and between 100 to 500 microns. These are technologies we developed at Onera for SNEGMA, turbo engines in aerospace. And when we meet with the doctors, we are able to regenerate the healthy remaining trachea. It will colonize the metallic skeleton we provide, and you will have a new brand, larynx, don't smoke. Okay? So we even do this. Additionally, now at Aresia, we developed sustainability, yes? We are the kings of the additional reservoir for Rafale and things like that, and we are moving to hydrogen reservoir, liquid hydrogen, cryogenic, minus 253. How you distribute this hydrogen rightfully with the good pressure, good temperature, good adjustable debit, with no adjustable cryo vanes, and not reliable cryo pumps in order to provide the good hydrogen to a consumer, either fuel cell, either internal combustion. Well, if you are waiting for the aerospace market, bye-bye, no more development. Luckily, we're gonna work with the car racing. Watch at Le Mans series, the World Endurance. In 2027, we're gonna have a car in partnership with a competitor guy, which will work with our systems. We're already discussing with the Federal International Authority, which forbid gaseous hydrogen on cars, and they want liquid hydrogen for cars. So we are going first in this market, which will be enough to provide us 10 million euro cruising regime turnover. Yeah, okay? Afterward, we're gonna go for the small and regional aviation. And then maybe, because we are there, because we are existing, because we have reliable solutions, we intend to provide we're gonna not be a supplier for Airbus because we are not power enough. We are smaller, we are 700 guys, but we're gonna disclose license, crossing license to them in order to use it. Okay? So dual use, very deep tech. Hydrogen, okay? The Koreans just announced that the K3 tank will be powered by hydrogen, okay? By the way, it is reducing the infrared signature because you have minus 253 and you have plus 300 degrees when you burn something. So the average of this, it's no more infrared signature. Stealth not only from radar, but stealth also from infrared sensors, okay? So speaking about military use, okay? But I put here how to get into the market for a business point of view faster and having some money, okay? Well, I'm not asking for money because we have our money. We are 700 guys, so I just got 6 million from HLD, which is, they are on LBO, leverage buyout with Haresia, so it's, wow, good. So take 6 million, go for the car. And when I'm in the car, I will have money to develop. I don't need any more money, okay? So I'm sorry for the EIC, I will not bid for EIC money neither. I have my money, it's enough. Because I am already with venture capital. Okay, so you see the timeline? This is our project, we are in TRL3. 27, we're gonna sell to the car. Then we're gonna move for the first demonstrator and we'll start to sell in 2032. And then we'll be able to supply Airbus or Boeing and so on. That's about innovation pathway to reach the market. So as a takeaway for you, search to reduce the time to market by addressing other sectors. That's why my question about how to switch markets, okay? How agile you are in looking for where the opportunities are, okay? Then, some tools. Professor Nash showed you the technology readiness level. I'm sorry for you guys. You will not have money to develop technology from public sources if you are not referring to TRL. Doesn't matter if you are in bio or IT, they are taking the TRL. Just take into account, one, it's basic research. Two, is, I don't want to see it because you will see the demand readiness level too. So the Technology Transfer Society, when we spoke about market pool versus technology push, Florian, write a paper on. And I wrote a paper. And I tried to write the paper, and I was looking to my 100 projects I overseen, and I was trying to detect where Onera is transferring the technology, hoping a nice Gaussian. Nothing. It was everywhere. I said, Techno push, market pull, technology readiness level. You are trying to measure a pressure with a thermometer, Florian. You are stupid. So you need a tool. So, okay, market readiness level. You are looking on Google, you will find market readiness level assessed by Boston Consulting Group, but it's by far after the tech transfer process. It's the degree of acceptance of a new product into an existing market. So I don't want this. I say, give me the expression of a need, the maturity of the need perception into the market. And I found nothing. So I say, I need to create it. So the TRL was made in '85 by a guy called Mankins at NASA. The demand readiness level was made by a guy, me, from the French NASA in 2000, I even don't remember. I think it's 2005, something like that, or 2006. And by the way, I don't have time to describe everything, but it becomes an investment tool for at least 30 VCs in seed in Europe, in States, and for EIC, because as soon the sum is bigger than 9, you could go for. You could put the money in, it will gonna work. it's a meeting point between offer and demand. It's so obvious, you know. And this made me economist in innovation. I said, God damn, I'm the steel guy. I'm myself. So I become economist with citations. If you want to be a little bit more elaborated, I could justify all the actions, and this became what to do when you have, I keep only lab demonstrator, so proof of concept, field demonstrator, certification, and ready to scale up. And here, you know the functionalities, the expected functionalities. You know what are the needed capabilities to build the answer, okay? And immediately you will know what to do at each stage of, I could justify each line, but we have no time. It's a 20-hour lecture for MBA students. In fact, I'm giving you in only 20 minutes. These are the first sales possible here. Here you have reshare agreements, but here you are two guys, at least two, you are not more alone. Here you could be alone. Here it's the so-called market pull projects. Here are the technology push projects and so on. Things start to be a little bit more clear. If you want to read, Vasil could spread this among, you know, I was so lucky because I was congratulated by Stiglitz, because he had got the Nobel Prize in saying that the asymmetries are creating value, but when the asymmetries, the risk asymmetry, information asymmetry is too high, he predicted the bubble in 2008, okay? And I said that the tech transfer process is nothing else than compensate asymmetries. The job of a tech transfer officer is to compensate cultures, informations, marrying together the scientist and the entrepreneur, two guys that will never work together if they are not forced marriage, in a way, okay? And takeaway insights, deep tech is agnostic and creates disruption, as well in defense, as well in civilian. Search to reduce the time to market, DRL versus TRL and innovation readiness process as tool to assess. Thank you. And my contacts.
Thank you. Thank you for
Sorry, I took 30 minutes.
Do you have questions to Foreign Pound? He's here now and he's ready for questions.
And I will take it.
Yeah.
Afterward.
He'll stay here.
Okay, so you mentioned something about information asymmetry. This is something that not a lot of people talk about and consider, especially in tech transfer. So I have a very practical question. Are you assessing this in your models for tech readiness, for the possibility for tech transfer, considering the market aspects and so on? Will you share how?
Yep, no, sorry. This one?
Yes.
Okay, on this one. To start with the other one. Again, figures. Okay. It works? Yeah, okay. We could go a little bit deeper in terms of readiness level. So, first of all, that's why I put it in opposite direction. Because the first tier level technology is when you are looking into the stars to understand if God is existing, you are doing basic fundamental research. You try to understand physics or chemistry, yeah? Well, do you feel you have a need? Because if you don't have even the feeling that something is missing, forget about, you will not innovate, okay? This is the equivalent, and that's why I call it demand readiness level 1. Something is missing. I don't know what. Applied research. I know what. Identify my need. Okay? Then, okay, I'm expecting these functionalities. I'm hiking into the mountains. I'm 2,500 meters altitude. That's wonderful. I want to share this with my beloved at home. How I share this? I have a smartphone. Sorry for you, you don't have 4G, you don't have 5G, you don't have even 3G there. My functionality. Just let's record video. Functionality, recording video. Do you want to send it now? Yeah, but you have to pay for a satellite connection. Okay, so you identify the functionalities expected to fulfill the need. You identified in 2. In 3, you have the functionalities. In 4, you are even able to prioritize them. So forget about satellite. I just registered, and as soon as I'm going down, I will send it. You see, honey, how nice it is. Wow, thank you, okay? So you know now what you want to achieve. You have the functionalities, you have the prioritization. It's time to empower systemic capabilities in terms of economy. The gentleman here seated, venture capital, is empower founders. Okay, the entrepreneur, cocorico, it's a French word, which means entrepreneur, okay, between parties which are creating collectively the team value, okay? It's Jean-Baptiste Say, a French economist. The entrepreneur, you empower a systemic capability which will be able to translate in 6 level of DRL the functionalities in needed capabilities to build the answer. I need this and this and this, I need money, I need competency, I need la, 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 la. This guy will appoint a program manager or operational officer if it is a startup, and they will look for experts. I have this, I have this. I need this from Sofia Tech Park, I need this from Academy of Science, la, la, la. And they together build the answer, okay? It's going like this. So when you are going, could you please put the other one? Just to give you an example. The bubbles, please fill the bubble here. Okay, you are much more advanced on demand readiness level than in technology. You assess, I want these functions, okay? I had this priority between the functions, and I'm looking for experts. Technology does not existing. Why, hooray, you could be the first in the market. Perhaps you develop technologically. And that's why you identify experts inside, outside. So what? Internal R&D or outsourced with IP control. If you don't control IP, you're dead. Okay? If you are lower, you just need to position the tech to the market and to make a SWOT analyze. And then to plan your business. What's your business model? What's your business plan? And so on. Each of the bubbles, each of the sentence are justifying. Take the innovation readiness diagram and just apply it. Okay? And read a little bit more in what I suggested after, because where I give details to all these tools. Okay?
Okay. No more questions now for Foreign, so that he can get some air. And now we continue with no, Stella. Stella is the cherry of the cake. Now we'll continue with Jennifer from European Space Agency, because after the aircrafts, planes, and anything which is around a little bit very close to our Earth, now we are going to the next level when we have Jennifer and go on. Jennifer, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before we start, can you confirm that you hear me well?
We confirm that we hear you and we see you, and you're 3 meters away from Mars, right? Right.
Yeah, close to landing. Yeah.
Okay, almost landing. Okay.
Which is why I have a very sharp cut of time in about half an hour. But jokes apart, I think I sent you my presentation earlier. Can you pull it up? Perfect. Thank you very much. So thank you for the introduction, Vasil, and to the invitation to the event. I'm sorry that I cannot be with you in person, but I would like to thank the organizers, especially Vasil, for the possibility of joining you virtually. I understand that this conference is dedicated to scientific and technological transfer and to improvement of the synergy between science and business. And it is with this in mind that I put together this presentation, where I will tell you about how space research has led to tangible benefits and applications here on Earth. Next slide, please. You might have read or heard in the media, all major space agencies are planning to go back to the moon, not just to visit like the Americans did with Apollo 50 years ago, but to stay, to work, and to live there. This program or mission is called Artemis, after Apollo's twin sister, and it's part of an international effort to push human exploration further into space. Now, why do we all want to go back? It's not about planting flags or taking quick photos. This time we are preparing for something much bigger, and that is future missions to Mars, which you can see on the right side of this slide. These journeys to Mars with human crew members will be long and challenging, and we will need to ensure that our astronauts stay healthy, strong, and safe, both on their journey to Mars and when they return. And to make this possible, we conduct intensive and extensive research, for example, on board the International Space Station, which has been orbiting us around for more than 20 years already. Then soon we will do experiments and research on the Moon Orbiting Gateway Station and on Moon itself. And on all those platforms or destinations, we will explore how humans can live and thrive in deep space. But we are very often confronted with the question of whether it's justified that we spend taxpayers' money on something that is out of this world. Should we not better use that money to improve life on Earth? Well, space activities have already led to technologies that make life better and safer, like GPS, like weather forecasts and fast internet. And also space research on board the space station has already led to nice terrestrial applications and contributed to improving many processes here on Earth. And that is what I would like to show you in the next few minutes. So with our pool of ISS experiments, we address a lot of interesting questions. We cover everything from medical to biological and physical sciences questions. Next slide, please. The International Space Station is one of the most complicated and innovative research platforms ever built in human history, and we can be very proud to participate to this greatest international project ever. Since assembly was completed in 2011, a very productive research program has been implemented on board the space station that has continuously grown and will continue to deliver quite unique results until the end of lifetime of ISS, which is currently expected to be until 2030. We may not know yet what will be the most important discovery gained from the space station, but we already have some amazing breakthroughs, and I'm convinced that many more will follow in the years to come. Next slide, please. The vessel imaging experiment, for example, on the International Space Station studied how space affects astronauts' blood vessels. Scientists found out that the walls of the astronauts' blood vessels thickened during their missions, similar to what happens in atherosclerosis on Earth. Luckily for our astronauts, these changes mostly reversed soon after they returned. And what is even more impressive is that astronauts, most of whom are not medical professionals, they were able to use ultrasound probes on themselves in space. They captured images of specific areas guided by scientists back on Earth, showing that remote diagnostics can work in extreme isolation, for example, in space. And this technology has benefits beyond space. So remote ultrasound units developed from space research are now used on Earth to bring healthcare to isolated and underserved areas. So in regions with limited access to medical care or in disaster zones, these portable devices make healthcare more accessible and efficient, demonstrating that space technology can improve life here on Earth. Next slide, please. Keeping our body temperature stable is essential for our health. No matter the weather, whether it's cold or hot outside, our bodies work to stay at a steady 37 degrees Celsius. And disruption of this system can lead to fatigue or even serious issues like heat stroke or hypothermia. The Thermolab experiment studied how astronauts in weightlessness manage their body temperature, especially how they heat up and how they cool down during exercise. Scientists used a new non-invasive technique to measure astronauts' core body temperature from their foreheads. They discovered something really surprising. They found out that during exercise, the astronauts' core body temperature rises faster and higher than it does on Earth. They also found a steady increase of about 1 degree Celsius in core body temperature, which is an effect that is now known as space fever. And this space fever is concerning because even a slight temperature rise leads to about 20% more energy requirements from the body, which is interesting and concerning for our medical operations colleagues, but in practice also means that astronauts may need more food on longer missions. Next slide, please. The technology developed for the Thermolab experiment has benefits here on Earth also. So originally it was designed for astronauts, but this sensor now helps with detecting early signs of heat stress and fatigue in people who work under very extreme conditions like firefighters or jet pilots. Hospitals have also adopted this sensor to monitor patients more effectively and affordably. And with 10 patents already, it's an incredible example of how space research can transform health technology on Earth. Next slide, please. Astronauts on the space station lose about 1 to 2% of their bone mass each month. And that happens because in weightlessness, the bone building cells, so-called osteoblasts, they slow down, while the bone destroying cells, osteoclasts, they continue at their usual pace. And that leads to a rapid bone loss of bone density. It's similar to osteoporosis on Earth, but in space it progresses much faster. So studying this process in astronauts offers valuable insights into osteoporosis and helps scientists to develop better ways to prevent bone loss. And through our ISS research program, we have supported studies that use high-resolution scanners to track how astronauts' bones change before and after their missions. Next slide, please. And one key outcome of that research is the commercialization of the Extreme CT device. It's a portable, high-resolution scanner, which was first introduced in 2004 and updated in 2014 with our support. So this device allows quick and precise diagnosis of early stage osteoporosis and helps prevent fractures before they happen. Next slide, please. Here's a very fun example of a non-space application stemming from our research. So the unique Extreme CT scanner is now used for non-medical purposes. It's being used to create detailed images of ancient Egyptian mummies without damaging them. And all of this came from a project focused on studying bone loss in space. You have probably noticed my personal background is medical, which is why I presented lots of medical examples so far. But we also conduct physical sciences research within ESA. And also here, research has led to applications on Earth. Next slide, please. I put this slide specifically for Emma. Unfortunately, she already had to leave the meeting. We chatted earlier, and Emma told me that she has a material sciences background. So space exploration requires the use of materials that are lightweight, but strong and reliable. But those advanced materials do not just benefit spacecrafts, they also improve the quality and durability of everyday products here on Earth. Now, on Earth, gravity interferes with creating the ideal material because it causes issues like buoyancy, convection, and sedimentation that disrupt the formation of perfect alloys or compounds. In the weightlessness of space, scientists can conduct experiments on metals, fluids, and other materials and see how they perform in microgravity. And their goal is to develop innovative, high-performance materials. And that research has already made an impact. For example, studies on metallic alloys on board the ISS helped to create new materials that are now used in the turbine blades of the Airbus A320neo. So those turbine blades are twice as light as conventional materials, but they are stronger, more heat resistant, and less prone to corrosion. And as a result, these jet engines are quieter, more fuel efficient, and eco-friendly. And this breakthrough in material science is just the beginning. These innovations have the potential to improve many other technologies here on Earth. For example, next slide, please, to wind farms. I live in the Netherlands, the land of windmills, and wind turbine companies are always looking for ways to reduce the weight of wind blades and the amount of noise produced by its blades. Siemens in Germany and Vergenet in France, they have shown interest in using results from ISS research to better understand which blades are the lightest, age the least, and are the most reliable. So through our program, we have not only been stimulating development of instruments for experiments in space, but we have more or less by accident also sparked interest of companies who are focused on hardcore terrestrial and commercial applications. Next slide, please. So as you can see, space research is not just about exploring the cosmos. It is fueling real everyday benefits here on Earth, and we are only scratching the surface of what is possible. So with all the new platforms and opportunities, there is so much more to come. So thank you for listening to this short overview on the different ways that space research is shaping our world. I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into how out of this world discoveries are making life better on the ground. I'd love to hear any questions that you have now, or I know that this session is already running quite late. Feel free to contact me also outside this meeting. I think the organizers have my email address. Feel free to contact me, and we can continue the discussion also there.
Thank you, Jennifer. Yes. Any questions to Jennifer? A fast question, because she needs to leave for another meeting.
I need to land on Mars.
Yeah, it's on Mars, so there is some time difference here and there. Okay, no questions. They will send you an email, I'm sure. And next time, when you're about to land, select a district around Sofia, and so that you can come in person. You promise. Okay. Yeah, I collected so many promises today that people will come to Sofia. And
Enjoy
we'll
the rest of
realize.
the conference.
And we are staying in space around Mars or Jupiter or any other part of the space, because apart from space, what we need money. We heard this from the very beginning this morning, that money is a crucial substance which could help the tech transfer. And now I would like to introduce to you Stella Tkachkova, who is the program manager of space program at EAC, and Stella will give us a presentation on the very newest program on space of the EAC. So Stella, she's with us, I guess.
Thank you, Vasil. I hope you hear me clearly.
Oh yes, you're even at a further distance from Jennifer, so it's
No, I'm
one.
at the ISS on board the
Ah,
space
you're on
station.
ISS.
Just a
Okay.
small low Earth orbit, so not to worry.
Okay, so you're
I-
closer. Okay.
Yes, it's something much more realistic. Unfortunately, in 2030, it will be deorbited, but hopefully there'll be commercial space stations, so we shouldn't worry about that.
We
Well,
will not.
let me share with you my screen. I hope you will see it. And
Just
you
some
see my
seconds
screen?
from IIC to here. It takes some time. Okay, half of flight here. Okay.
Do you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Very well. So I'm just going to try and put it on full. How do you say? It just takes some time.
Yes,
Is it in full mode?
from ISS to here, it takes some time always.
But is it in a full screen or not?
Not yet.
Okay, sorry for this.
So we can learn the secrets from your presentation. No.
Oh, no, don't worry. There are no secrets in this
Okay, no.
presentation.
It is still not on the screen, so
Okay, so
try to
please,
share it again. Yep. ISS is far away. Brussels too. No sound now. Okay. We improving. The disruption is working for us. We have the picture but we don't have the voice in the presentation. No, not yet. It is on ISS. It is ISS. Yeah, try the other one. Maybe no. So we lost the voice. For one full screen, we lost both the presentation and the voice. So you have to remove the mute, right? No. Or try to join again. Yeah. Do it the old way. Get out and come in. We will break the barrier, don't worry. Just give us a few seconds. Now it's better, but okay. Try to say something, Stella.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Now we need the presentation.
Okay, so let's try.
Or we can
Do you see my presentation? You should be
Yes,
able to see it
we
now.
see it now. We can
Very
see
good.
it. Full screen. Yes. I
Yes,
told you
excellent.
we'll break the barrier. Stella,
Excellent.
the
Very
floor is
good.
yours.
So thank you very much, Vasil, for inviting me at Supersonic. So hereby, I would like to let you know a little bit about our space roadmap, our portfolio, and mainly our accelerator challenge, which is up to 50 million this year for space companies. So I'll tell you a little bit about the scope, the expected outcomes, and a future outlook. So the EIC Space Technology Roadmap has been built in our annual work program. And I believe that this morning, Martin told you about the accelerator and about the EIC and about our work program, which has a bottom up with the open challenges and a top down approach. And the top down topics are being proposed by the program managers like me. We have 10 program managers, and in 2023, we had the topic for in-space solar energy harvesting for Tier 1 to Tier 4. This year, we have a very exciting topic on space debris mitigation, remediation, and in-space recycling. And next year, meaning with the adopted program from a few days ago, we have in-space servicing operations, in-space based robotics, and space-based cybersecurity technologies for protecting EU space infrastructure. I believe the topics which we present here, they're actually very much complementary to the previous speakers. So let me tell you a little bit more about the EIC space portfolio. It is made of SMEs and startups, I would say crème de la crème in Europe, new space companies. And the three areas in which they work are space debris sustainability, enabling space technologies, and Earth observation and meteorology. Actually, when I joined the EIC a few years ago, I analyzed the project and I saw this trend of these three pillars. On the right, you see one of our projects, ET-PAC, which is about using electrodynamic tethers for removing space debris. Then you have some projects like Trust Me, Embrace 2 for using iodine propulsion, Hyperion, Cassiopeia, and so on. So as you see, we have a very diverse portfolio. It's a bottom-up portfolio, so we don't call for enabling space. They just apply it either through our open or through the challenges. So let me tell you a little bit about this year's call. This year's call is about innovative in-space servicing, operations, space-based robotics, and technologies for resilient European space infrastructure. So clearly, current satellites are designed, built, and launched into space, but not to be serviced or repaired. It's very difficult to upgrade them or refuel them. And 80% of the satellites are discarded due to depletion of fuel, due to increased collision avoidance maneuvers as a result of the debris. As you know, there are more than 13,000 tons of debris. So there are launch anomalies and issues. In addition, in geo orbit, we have around 650 geo satellites, of which already 120 are beyond their lifetime. But what have we observed in the last years is that there are companies which extend the lifetime of satellites. And in 2020 and 21, we witnessed the private mission extension vehicle 1 and mission extension vehicle 2, extending the lifetime of 2 Intelsat satellites with 5 years, which is a huge direct benefit for the satellite owner. So there are a lot of emerging trends, and it's an emerging market taking place. As you know, and probably some of you have heard,
actually there is a in-orbit satellite market, which is expected to reach 2.3 billion euros by 2023. Some claim it could reach 6 billion by 2033. Now, no one can predict the future, and no one can predict markets. We know that quite well. However, we know that there is definitely a need for increased in-space mobility, particularly to move from LEO to GEO and to actually tackle the challenge of depletion of fuel, which will be depleted, having in mind that we have increased collision avoidance threats. In addition, satellite owners need to continue to keep their orbital slots and extend the lifetime of their satellites. And there will be a lot of direct economic benefits for them. For example, the Intelsat extension of the lifetime of their satellite in 2020 of the IS 901 led to direct cost savings for the owner between 200 and 400 million euros. So as we see the direct economic benefits which could be generated. And in addition, it would have future applications for future lunar missions or the gateway or Mars, or they could be technology transfers in terrestrial areas. So there is the third point, which I also mentioned, protecting the resilience of the space-based infrastructure. Well, the last months, we have witnessed a lot of signal spoofing, navigation jamming, RF interfaces. You know that actually they've been visiting Satcom satellites, and there have been a lot of issues. So in the beginning, 2 years ago, there was the Viasat platform attack. We cannot do in-orbit satellite servicing. We cannot do space navigation, Earth observation. We cannot rely fully on the EU space infrastructure if it could be easily threatened, or there could be an easy intrusion or intercepted. So we definitely need to have a resilient EU space infrastructure from space-based cyber threats and attacks. So this is another point which is being considered in this accelerator challenge. So for me, the biggest threat for space-based technology is actually the growing debris threats. As you know, we have all sizes of debris, and the orbits are the clouds of debris, and around 777 kilometers, they're the worst clouds. And we have cooperative and non-cooperative objects. As you see here, the colleagues from ESA, they have produced a very good report on the space environment, actually monitoring the different payloads on a monthly and annual basis and reporting on that. So there are launch anomalies, there are explosions in orbit, the fragmentation events. One happened, the Intelsat, I think, from the EPIC constellation number 33, there was a few weeks ago, a fragmentation event also. So clearly, there are issues threatening our EU space infrastructure. Therefore, I would like to have, in the scope of this challenge, projects which will encourage scaling up of space technologies to inspect, service, extend the satellite lifetime, protect or repair, even upgrade it or refuel, and helping not only to extend the lifetime of the satellite, but protect the infrastructure and directly generate cost savings for the satellite owners. And of course, through in-orbit satellite servicing, actually contributing to space debris sustainability because don't release additional debris. So what is this challenge about? The first topic is about in-orbit satellite servicing and maintenance, the robotic manipulation, the proximity operations, the rendezvousing, the capture, the docking, the mating, the in-space manipulation, maintenance planned and unplanned repair and maintenance. Also, it's about refueling and recharging in space. Why not? And Europe has the potential also to become a leader in orbital transfer vehicles. This is also a domain which is of strong interest. And then the recycling or repurposing. And then space debris resilience. It's not only about SATCOM navigation, Earth observation, but it's also about in-orbit satellite servicing, in-space robotics, spoofing, jamming, AI for cybersecurity, for autonomous proximity operations or protection from space weather impacts, and so on. So these are the areas. So please look at the annual work program. There it's described in detail. So the expected outcomes would be to develop and scale up affordable, resilient space technologies to inspect and extend the lifetime of satellites, thus reducing the need to launch all the time new satellites, or to maintain it, to extend their lifetime with generating cost savings in, for example, in technology reliability or reducing the fuel or space debris reduction, or other areas could be safety, contingency, and so on. And I've put a link to actually a video which shows a short 1-minute overview of what is the challenge about. So let me tell you about our success story from our portfolio. We have a global recognition of the EIC space beneficiaries. So actually on the right side, on the bottom side, you see the American Aerospace magazine. And there you can see from 2023, one of our projects, ET-PACA. On the top, you see the Ariane 6 launcher, where we have one of our other projects, the LIFE from OLEDCom. From 2023 and now till 2024, 3 of our projects have launched hardware in space. In addition, we work very closely. We have also projects contributing to the Copernicus program as contributing missions, Constellar, Endurosat, and Prometei. But in addition, we partner also with our colleagues from DG DEFIS, from Pillar 2, who are actually responsible, who give us fast-track access to IOD, IOV flight opportunities for EIC space companies or Cassini bus. And we already have 12 of our EIC space companies and CEO of companies being part of this Cassini bus. I have to be very open with you, but actually in partnership with our colleagues from DG DEFIS, they follow up on all the, let's say, official relationship with the European Space Agency at the political. They define the policy. We're on an operational level looking at the innovation. Our mother DGs are DG RTD and DG Connect. But our companies, as we're new space SMEs and startups, they work through the whole value chain. So we're complementary to the ecosystems. We have also companies which are part of ESA New Space Advisory Board, which was created too. So what is the long-term future? Well, cislunar exploration, we hear more and more about cislunar exploration. In the beginning of the year, there was launches, Intuitive Machine, Astrobotic, and so on. European companies are becoming more and more competitive and will be operating in this environment. I believe by mastering innovative e-space servicing operations and e-space robotic technologies, actually they would develop capabilities and scale up, which will contribute. I believe this is an important topic. Cislunar exploration, as Bulgaria is one of the first countries which had signed the NASA Artemis Accords and has quite some good serious competences in the domain for space exploration. So therefore, I do definitely encourage you to look at our program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stella. Directly from the International Space Station, Stella Tkachova. Questions to Stella, now or never. It's your chance to ask her anything related to the funding of technologies. Space sounds space, but as we saw even in the presentation of Jennifer before Stella, we have biotechnologies, chemistry, new materials, new this, new that. Space is space, but at the end of the day, yes, we have one question.
Thank you, Ms. Stella. So knowing Bulgaria with your Endursat and other projects, what do you think would be our strength, being a small country, which means small risk, to work with your organization?
This is a very good question, a question which was just discussed a few days ago, actually a few weeks ago at the NAFSKI Congress. I believe that we have very strong capabilities, particularly a future area where we should look at is, for example, AI for space debris modeling, simulation modeling, for space debris mitigation, collision avoidance, and so on. In space robotics, you would need platforms and simulation tools. That's one area. The other areas is space radiation, lasers, building also in that domain too. But also for the space-based cybersecurity, there are a lot of topics which are linked to signal spoofing, radio frequency interference, jamming, intrusion, and so on, where Bulgarian companies could get involved and contribute. As you know, there is also a trend about digital payloads and onboard capabilities, autonomous in-space robotic operations, and so on. So these are areas which I believe Bulgaria can contribute. Another area which I think should not be is and that's in the context of, I think, Jennifer's presentation about human spaceflight. And you know, our country was one of the first one to fly the SFET laboratory on board the Mir station. So growing plants in space, growing food. We're the third countries producing space food, but also we are very strong in microelectronics, as we contributed in building a big part of the Mir microelectronics. So there are many aspects which need to be considered, but I do believe that in this challenge, they could be particularly for many, many opportunities. And I think you should look at it because it's a very difficult question, because in my role, I have no right to provide recommendations it is a national, you have to do a mapping of the national competencies, and the direction has to go bottom up rather than top down. But I believe that in the domain of in-space robotics, there could be quite a lot of new competencies, particularly for simulation modeling. When you're doing the design and so on, you need these capabilities, definitely.
Thank you, Stella. Other questions? People are very tired at the end of the day. Okay, one question on my side from me. We had earlier in the beginning of our second session the business developer of CERN, and CERN has a new program now in which they provide to scientists who would like to develop some innovative projects. They're already developed technologies on lasers, on communications, so there were 7 different technologies. Is it a possible a project based on the certain technology developed from Bulgarian scientists, for example, to get funding from EAC space programs too?
Yes, it is. However, the challenge was in work program 2023, we had the Pathfinder in space solar energy. So we have the collections looking at new types of antenna conversion and wireless power transmission where you have microwave and lasers and using this solar energy for space green propulsion. So these topics was already called. We selected 9 projects which are working. However, if you still have ideas, you can apply for the Pathfinder Open. And I believe the deadline should be in the annual work program, which was just published. It should be like the first week of March, I think is the closing date. So definitely. So if you still have some ideas, which are lower TRL, TRL 1 to TRL 4 or TRL 5, please do look at our Pathfinder Open. In my space portfolio, I do have projects, both the project which I showed you, the ET pack using electrodynamic tethers for debris removal. And there is another one on high temperature superconductors. They actually come from the Open.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
One more
you.
question.
Sorry, just one question. Because of what happened in Barcelona, that maybe there was problem of communication, but from space you can see much better. So to extend my previous questions, in the area of search and rescue using the satellites like the Endurosat, maybe you know much better what could be done. Do you see a possibility or an area where we can join forces to work on?
So yes, I agree with you. Actually, I believe that the best program for Bulgarian organizations are mainly Pathfinder and Transition. Endurosat is a well-known company in our ecosystem. Years ago, they were also a beneficiary. Today, they're part of a Pathfinder project in our portfolio. So I do believe that following their example on how to enter the space portfolio as a first step is a good way forward, because Bulgarian organizations apply very little for the EIC funding. Bulgaria is a widening country, but now there is also additional funding in Work Program 2025, also with a kind of a pre-acceleration activities too. So Bulgarian organizations can join Pathfinder consortiums, which works really well, but also in the future, they can join Transition Consortium. And Transition Program is open to all projects from the Horizon Program or GRC. So if you are a partner already in a Horizon project, you can apply for the transition, no matter that there isn't a challenge. I do believe in this way we can prepare our industry, at least the space industry in Bulgaria, to be more competitive at European level and to be able later on to become a associated member state of the European Space Agency, or, for example, win more, expand and grow. So it really depends on the, how do you say, on the approach which is being taken. Personally, I believe Pathfinder and transition projects are most appropriate at this stage, because we are a country which are looking in the direction, in a new direction, to develop new competencies and capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Other questions? No. So, well, we can finish the space and dual use session now. Thank you very much to Stella again.
Thank you for the invitation. Bye.
And next time in person. You have to promise like everybody else did before you.
I promise.
Okay,
I promise.
thank you.
Thank you.
And now, let's check if yoga has something to do with tech transfer. Would you like some yoga lessons now? My audience is totally asleep. Well, I'm joking about the yoga, but I'm not joking about Professor Singh directly from Chandigarh, which is one of the top towns for technology in India. And Professor Kashmir Singh is from Punjab University, and he is one of the top experts in technology transfer in India. You know, this small country with about 2 billion population. Yeah, okay. So, Professor Singh, yes, we can see you now. Unfortunately, he got his visa in a very last moment, and just after he was about to fly with the plane, so it was not possible to come today and be with us. He has the visa, but unfortunately later than expected. And next time we'll do a better job on the visa, and we'll have him here. So, Professor Singh, please introduce yourself and tell us about the technology transfer in India, the Indian perspective. We've seen the European, we've seen the American, we've seen the Bulgarian, we've seen different type of perspectives. Now it's even from the space perspective and the dual use perspective, now it's time for the India perspective. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Prasid, for this introduction. I am audible to everyone? Yeah.
Yes, we can see you, we can hear you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah. So, thanks for this brief introduction. I am Professor Kashmir Singh in Punjab University, Chandigarh, India, and we are running a short research on technology transfer ecosystem in India, and we have started it recently. Like, if you talk about India, India has a IPR policy, many things, but right now we don't have any technology transfer policy by the government of India. So we are working on this. So, like Vasi told me that I am expert in technology transfer. Rather, I am the beginner in technology transfer. So we are learning how the ecosystem of technology transfer is working in India. So we have done a short study and compiled it this year only and submitted to the government of India with some recommendation that how we can move ahead with technology transfer. And this study was converted, done with UNIDO, JEF and FLCTD along with the DST-CPR. So, briefly introducing you about the Punjab University Chandigarh, it was established in 1882 in Lahore, that's now in Pakistan. And after partitioning of India in 1947, this university also moves out to Chandigarh. And we have 78 well-equipped teaching and research departments along with 15 centers and chairs. And we are ranked fourth among the higher education institutes in India, first in the innovation ranking in India. And currently we are having more than 200 innovative research projects that are going on in India. And we have many centers in our university that are directly or indirectly involved in the innovations, IP, technology transfer, technology licensing, and other things. So basically 9 centers are there and we are one of them. So our center, DST Center for Policy Research, is established by Government of India at Punjab University, and the mandate is to promote the industry academia R&D ecosystem in India. So as the mandate tells us, our aim is to do innovations and then technology transfer system study. Okay. So like we don't have a proper policy for tech transfer. We don't have proper policy for industry academia collaborations. So we are working on all these factors, and we are in the process of developing new country-specific model for promotion of public-private partnership for R&D in India, and identify areas of policy gaps for stimulation of private sector investment in R&D, also foreign direct investment, and we are recommending the policy changes in that environment, and also how to promote the intellectual property area gaps in India to promote the IP. So our center was established in 2014, and immediately in 2016 we sent some recommendations, and India has changed its IP policy, and till then India's graph of patent filing has been growing exponentially. So it reached from few thousands to now we are doing 100,000 patent grants per year, and number is increasing every year. But the problem is we are only getting the patents, but we are not converting into a commercial entity to technology transfers. So that's why this study was conducted by us, it was given to us to how to increase the commercialization of innovations in India. Like we are currently the fifth largest economy of the world in terms of GDP, and we are hoping to be the number third in the coming years. But for this, we have to increase the innovation ecosystem along with the technology licensing system in India. So this study was conducted to find out that how the government should launch the programs that can aim in promoting the technology transfer. Then when we call innovation challenges, hackathons, and other kind of rounds, uh, there are very few applications that are directly received from the government institutions that are directly involved in the research. Means they are doing the research, but they are not protecting their research, and they are not doing any kind of technology transfer. Like in Punjab University, we are producing hundreds of PhDs every year, but very few patents were filed. After studying all these factors, this gap has been reducing in India, and Punjab University and other institutes, they are filing more patents, and now we have a technology enabling center at Punjab University who is looking after commercialization of the patents that Punjab University has produced, how they can license into the industry. So reports from the Government of India, DSIR is a center for Government of India, and DST CPR, uh, we recommended that there is a need to strengthen the technology transfer and commercialization functions in universities and research institutes, because Government of India is giving lots and lots of funds to the institutes, research institutes, and the universities every year. And there is a need to identify and address the factors that inhibit technology transfer from laboratories to the enterprises. So under this mandate, we analyze the technology transfer ecosystem in India and developing first of its kind technology transfer assessment framework in India, identify the barriers in technology transfer along with the challenges and gaps. And in the end, we have given some recommendation to enhance that technology transfer ecosystem of the country. So all in all, we have analyzed more than 500 institutes of India that was spread all over India, because India is the largest country. But out of these 550, we selected 50 the top performing one, and then personally visited to 25 technology transfer offices located in the various parts of India. And we also compared the technology transfer ecosystem of India with the 5 international ecosystems, mainly Switzerland, USA, South Korea, Israel, and Germany. Uh, so comparing our system with the international system, we developed a matrix and research implements for the study, and we developed the best practices framework outline for the technology transfer to be implemented in India. So under this study, we have, because we have various kind of universities here, central universities, state universities, private universities, IITs, NITs, then we have National Research Lab that do only research, CSI lab, DBT lab, and we have selected 5 international countries based upon their GAI ranking. Okay, so the data that we have collected and used in this study was verified from respective sources. So we have taken the data directly from the concerned person in the institutes. Then we also searched the public domains, journals, and then we did the conversion rate between IP filing and technology transfer, SWOT analysis, and we prepared a matrix to present our findings and find out the relations. So uh, the five international countries that we selected, they were ranked higher than India in GIA index. They are higher in income compared to India. Uh, they were from different geographical areas, and they were the strong performance in engineering and technology. So this was not the top in everything, but we try to pick from different locations. So we picked Switzerland, USA, South Korea, Germany, and Israel, spanning in different continents of the world, and they are spending, most of highest percentage of their GRD in the R&D. Then, studying their technology transfer policies, we have prepared a snapshot that how the system should work in India, because we compared with the top performing countries. And so we prepared a snapshot, and we personally visited the TTO offices in India, and we drawn a 7 attributes based best practice framework that has to be followed in India. And we find out the gaps and points that are interfering or prohibiting the technology transfer in the Indian ecosystem. So under these 7 attributes, we try to find out how the TTOs they are functioning in India, means what are their activities, are they dedicated TTOs or they are some person that has been assigned the TTO activity. Then what is their IP and commercialization rate? Is there any dedicated manpower for TT operation? This was crucial because in India, normally a professor, they were given additional charge like you look after TT. This doesn't matter whether he knows about technology transfer, technology licensing or not. And then depending upon and taking all these observations into consideration, from 529 institutes that were having some kind of patenting and technology transfer activity in India, we shortlisted 59, and finally we selected 25 for that were higher best performing for our studies. So we converted these 7 attributes into 2 questionnaires, into part A and part B. So in part A, this was a quantitative information that such number of patents applied, number of patent granted, number of technology transfer done, how it was done, licensing terms. And part B was qualitative information and SWOT that was used for scoring the vision of the TTOs. So this kind of matrix we have developed, that what are the features of TTO, functions of TTO, TTO administration, TTO governance, policy agreements, financial status of the TTOs, and linkage and outreach. Okay. So all in all, we make a 42 questions, and we selected the strength, weakness, opportunities of all these. Uh, and then how to convert these strength into opportunities, weakness into threats, and we suggested some of these recommendations. Okay. Then by comparing our Indian technology transfer ecosystem and international ecosystem, we have prepared the recommendation that we have already submitted to the government of India. And now the government of India, they have asked us to prepare a technology transfer policy white paper for them, and then they will review, and hopefully in the coming years, we will have a technology transfer policy, well-established technology transfer policy in the government of India. So if we study the TTOs, like Indian Patent Act was established or commercialized in 1970, but there was no technology transfer thing in that. Means in India, we think that patent is equal to a technology, nothing else. So people don't know that the patent has to be licensed and commercialized. They just patent the things and keep the document with them. That's okay, they have the patent. But we are sensitizing them that if you have a patent, try to commercialize it, and then only we will be the in the top 3 GDP country of the world. So we had established in 2009 NSTEDB, that was again established by DST. Now we have NRDC that was again established by Government of India. So if they have one person, if they have some kind of patent or innovation in their mind, they can contact them and they will help in the technology transfer. But the rate of uh, transfer was very, very low, less than 1%. Then in 2014, there was a major shift in the Government of India when India started Make in India initiative. Okay, so under this Make in India, everything has to be made in India. Suppose there is some foreign company like Apple, BMW, so they don't sell their product directly in India until they make their product in India. So now the Apple and other companies, they have started building their industries in India, setting up. So this increased the revenue of India along with uh, the employment to the Indian people. So this was a major policy shift. And what after that happened, that the the foreign companies that were having patents in foreign, the Indian government said that no, you don't have to file the patents in your own country, file the patents in India. So they have done changes in national IPR policy, then they made everything. And now, like I said, that patent ecosystem is growing exponentially in India. Now we have innovation cell, startup cell in almost every state with every ministry in. Now, if you talk about the TTO structure we have studied, though almost half of them, they have a board of governance. Nearly one third, they have a leadership with independent charge. Uh, then in most of the institutes, this was additional charge. Full-time members, they were preferred in research institutes, but not in the universities. And technology development has the lowest number of team members. Means they don't know what is technology development, technology commercialization, technology licensing. They were just hired without any background in the technology ecosystem. Like TTO functionality is totally depends upon a person who has filed a patent, whether he is willing to commercialize it or not. And he himself looked for many companies. There was very bare minimum support of commercialization. Like I said, the TTO consider one patent is one technology. That was a wrong inference. Then we try to modulate that one patent is not one technology unless you transfer that technology for its commercial production. Then one patent license is one technology commercialized. That was again true. So we are like misconceptions of the people, we are trying to remove that, and we are trying to build a strong technology network in the Indian system. So when you talk about the assessment at the TRL level, so there was no specific TRL assessment level in India. Now we have established under NRDC that every tier level from TRL 1 to TRL 9 will be assessed by NRDC or by DST or by DBT, and every institute will have uh, technology readiness level assessment center in their institutes. So otherwise, they were doing it themselves without knowing what is the TRL level. Then how they were transferring the technology in terms of contracts and agreements. So non-exclusive licensing, joint venture agreements. So these all were there, but they were at very scattered places, not at very high numbers. Like if we have 1 lakh patents, 100,000 patents, then the technology licensing only in few hundreds, not 1,000 only. So that was a major gap. Then there was, like I said, India doesn't have a technology transfer policy, neither to establish a TTO nor to technology transfer. So they were building their own policies by looking at some of the guidelines, mainly based on the patent ecosystem of the Indian Patent Act and other things. That was done by World Trade Organization and other things. So they were signing the MOUs for technology transfer with the companies and then doing the things. And they were doing some kind of reporting and performance reviews, but there was no dedicated monitoring, reporting, and performance review at the national level. So after coming to this, India has started very big missions, national missions last year, like AI mission, quantum mission, semiconductor mission, biomanufacturing mission. So this has been made mandatory that along with Make in India, startup ecosystem of India, you have to work on all these missions that will certainly increase the R&D capability of India, that will do more innovations, that will do more IP filing, and finally we will have more technology transfers. So based upon these missions, we have given a recommendation to the government of India that we should have, because many of the people that were working in the technology transfer offices, they were untrained. They don't know about technology transfer process. So we have said them that we should have a foundational training programs in the technology transfer and commercialization concept. So every person who is working in the technology transfer office, they know how to transfer the technology and what are the basic requirements for this. Then development of standard definitions of technology transfer terminology, building awareness about technology transfer and commercialization as career option, because many of these people in India, they look for government jobs and I think they don't go for IP professional or tech transfer professionals. So we are trying to sensitize them that go for this. This is also a lucrative business job, and many of them, they have now started choosing this as is their career options. Then awareness programs in higher education institutes, in the colleges, in the universities, and the laboratories of international importance. Specialized training and capacity building in TRL upgrade, how you can go further from TRL 4 to TRL 6, 7, 8, so that company directly approaches you and take up your technology. Then technology assessment, technology evaluation, negotiations, deal design, drafting, record keeping, and performance reviews, and provides access to national and international mentorship to the TCO. That's why we are looking for many national and international mentors, and one of our mentors is sitting there, Dr. DJ Nag. He's collaborated with us. Uh, so support dedicated policies for technology transfer, facilitate exposure to more developed TTOs. Like India, we have very few highly developed TTOs. One is in IIT Madras, few are in the NCL Pune. We can count on our fingers. In such a large country, when you have very few numbers of highly skilled TTOs, that is really a matter of concern. We need skilled TTOs almost in every district of India or in every state of India. And preparation and dissemination of ready reference material to establish a TTO. So we, along with DJ Nag, we are developing a technology transfer handbook, that how to establish a TTO, so that we will make the guidelines, and this will be a reference book for all the people who will work or develop a TTO in India. And development of calendars for sectoral events and knowledge exchange between industry, academia, encourage person-to-person networking, knowledge exchange through dedicated knowledge sharing platform. And then along with this, we are conducting a pan-India level studies on technology transfer generations, and we are contributing to support higher education institute to draft technology transfer and IP policies and support them to implement the same. Wish to contribute on third component, because third component is related to technology transfer, and we want to do capacity building here and conduct events of awareness and on technology generation and commercialization, provide assistance to strengthen collaboration with S&T bodies, industries, and private sector units, and research and case studies on promising issues of TT that falls within the scope of objectives of DST CPR PU. We are ready to take up with. This is not only at national level, we are ready to do this at the international level also. So this is what we are doing. So because like in the previous presentation, they were talking about billions of dollar business, but in India, we have the capability to start billions of dollars business, but still we are lagging behind because we don't have specialized technology transfer policies. But now we are working very hard in this direction, and we are hopeful that in the coming years we will have more and more technology licensing and commercialization from the Indian Institute to the national at the international level. Thank you very much for giving your valuable time.
Thank you very much, Professor Singh. At least we can provide you with some mentors, because at least we have mentors here. Well, questions to Professor Singh? Yes. One over there.
Hello, my name is Christian Filipov. I just wanted to ask you, just out of curiosity, when you sell a patent or IP, does the buyer or the interested party want to have access to the original research team as well? And if yes, how much is this a business going forward?
Actually, what is happening in India right now, the transfer term or licensing term is totally between the inventee, their institutes, and the company. Okay, sometimes they don't want to disclose, or the companies, people, they are very clever. They buy the technology at very cheap price, and then they take it to higher level. So these things, majority of the people, they don't want to disclose in India, but we are telling them that you should have a proper guidance from the legal cell, from the IP cell, so that you can assess the proper commercial value of your technology. Like here, people, they are selling $1 billion technology into few $1,000s. I have many examples. So there is no hard and fast rule in India that how to assess these systems. So that has to be properly implemented in India. So we are still working on this aspect.
Thank you. Other questions? Wow, so there are no more questions, but I'm sure that people will think about it and they'll have more questions then, so we can send them to you later and you can come here, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I was
continue
about to
the
come.
cooperation. Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Singh. Thank
Thanks
you
a
very
lot.
much,
Thank you very
everybody.
much.
And now I think we can finish and close our event today. Supersonic 2024, and to get ready for the Supersonic 2025, right? Next year, again, there will be Supersonic, and you'll be invited again. So thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much for being with us whole day. And thank you very much for all the smiles which I see now and the pauses, because this was the best event ever for 2024. Thank you.